Nearest bands. Oh no! Oh no! Yeah, no! Put my nonsense somewhere, and I've already forgotten. Aeon first! Legend, Watto, Aeon, Watto, feels Watto, and welcome! I'm a high-speed mess today. How are you, you beautiful Mother Hubbards? Ah! Ozzy has got their 6 attempts to get first this month. I mean, you never know. Things could get weird. Oh, you're a slow speed mess. Okay. Oh no! Well, Ultrasini, I hope the pay is bloody marvelous. Ciao. So friends, please forgive me, I know I'm running super late today. I had a kind of a failure to launch moment followed by a, shit, the cutie babies need enough salad. So, I'm so sorry. How are you? We got things to hit with a giant sword. We have adventures and friendship and nonsense. It's gonna be fine. As I feel is, I was kind of thinking of it weirdly, almost like the Gallifreyan graveyard, and all the TARDISes of varying size. I have not actually looked up what's going on with the fucking hand creatures, and I think I want to never find out. I'm sure I will. Like, I'm sure I'll go on a deep dive. Anyway, game news is popping. Video games are happening. We all got our Steam Wrapped for the year, and if you, I'll show you mine in a second. You can see the exact point where I started going through some shit. It is interesting to be able to chart one's mental health through the medium of Steam. Square Peg, Watto and welcome. Megaboss, Watto and welcome. Yeah, I got that rat taxi going on. Also, I found a fancy-looking indie mech game that I thought was based on an existing one. Turns out, no. So I'm starting to feel a little smug, you know. Megaboss says it shows the months I played Smut. Yeah. Okay. Before we do Steam Wrap stuff, because you will find this interesting and maybe a little funny, let me show you this nonsense. This is what I stumbled across today. It's called Project 6. I've researched literally nothing else other than what you've seen. Well, yeah, with a title like Project 6, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare to find. SEO apparently is not on anyone's radar, but look at that speed! If you were like, Armored Core 6 is a slow game for babies, look at that go! And I'm okay. I'm entirely okay with that, you know? Mech designs look interesting. Speed looks off the clock. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Oh, sorry. Vanderbeast, what a welcome. Thank you for filling the pint glass. You heckin' legend. God, you can tell I've just been running on, like, coffee and manic eyes all morning. Rebels, what and welcome. I was just saying I found like an indie giant robot game called Project 6, and I described it as if you felt that Armored Core was a slow game for babies, then boy howdy, do I have a game for you. Rebel Sitting, I love the idea of a mech game for babies. Yeah, they did actually make a Sesame Street mech series, so like, the IP's there. Get in the Ava Elmo, or Cookie Monster's gonna have to pilot again. Dustin, welcome and welcome. No, Gonzo caused Second Impact. We haven't seen him since then. But yeah, there is tons to talk about today. Tons to talk about. And we got Therapy Sword and all its goodness. So, fucking wee. Got my Steam replay. I've got both a happy and fighty heart in equal measure. And the second part of Amazon's secret level dropped last night. And it flits between, once again, between incredible genius and egregious dogshit advertising.
Know what happens when fingers get sick? They don't feel well.
Fuck off. No, fuck off. Just turn around. Back to the Shadow Realm. I don't even know how you broke containment. Fuck. They don't feel well. I chose a hell of a week to quit drinking. Erriman, thank you for the 1,000 bits. The Yaldum is yours. I'd ask you what you do with them, but you are currently in the Shadow Realm, so I don't know. Can one be a true Jarl from the Shadow Realm? Only time will tell. Oh. Fucking yo. Anyway, it's good to see you all. Thank you for being patient with me today. I'm sorry we got started so late. I'm still aiming for noon starts again. But we'll see how it goes, you know? Like, I'm trying also not to drag myself over the coals. Same week that I'm trying to, you know, drastically cut back on my drinking. My body was very grumpy at me last night that I didn't just get wine drunk and watch Secret Level. But there we go. Aram is the Shadow Jarl. Fuck, I walked into that, didn't I? Walked right into that one. No!
I can run things from the Shadow Elm. It's just a bit shady.
Hooray! Okay, no. Ehrman, thank you so much for the bits, alright? Like, as much as some of these puns and jokes become unbearably torturous, you're still keeping this thing going, so thank you. I wanted to say that in a genuine and heartfelt manner to balance out the amount of times I'm told you go fuck yourself. And Dustin, yes, I did see your beach glass photography has been officially published in print. So congratulations to that. And Akira Zero, Watto and welcome. Mental Monk, Watto and welcome. So, like I said, there's a shit ton of games news to talk about. Some and some ugh. So let's start on something very, very happy. So you remember Heaven's Vault, story game with language translation we went through, God, was it a couple years ago? Well, it is very likely that next year we will be getting a sequel to Heaven's Vault, or something in the same world. So, how's that for a slice of fried gold to start the day? We learned about Ubisoft's sad room, which I had no idea about, but I don't have friends over at Ubisoft. The TLDR is that Ubisoft Montreal has a room where anyone who's between projects is just put. And they just put them in this room and leave them there. And it's fucked up. Sometimes people get moved onto other projects from there. Sometimes people get left in this room for months. They just come to work, they go to the sad room, and that's it. What the fuck? I've heard about stuff like that in Japanese companies where they will take work away from people to get them to quit. But I'd never heard of the sad room before. I've never known a dev studio to leave people not working on shit that long, so no wonder Ubisoft's burning money. Like, they could have turned, air quotes, the sad room into like a little, like, game jam hotbed. People could have had fun in there. IGN recovered the absolutely definitely generative AI cat game. And I will say, we don't need to comment on shitey users. It's something I noticed while scrolling through the news stuff today is like, somebody posted a bunch of the Witcher 4 deconstructions, and I just want to remind the homies, currently the outrage machine is eating its own tail. No one is genuinely mad about a Witcher 4 game with Ciri. No one is actually mad about her design. It's fucking great. But there are definitely a group of people that need people to be mad about it. So, as a reminder, when encountering the outrage farm, holy fuck!
Merry Christmas, you festive fire crown
What
chap.
the fuck?
May your hair outshine the Christmas lights and your TV as warm as your heart.
May the TV as warm as your heart. My first response was, what the fuck? Sean! Holy shit! It's not in the joke. Fucking hell, Sean. Thank you so fucking much. Holy crap. Thank you. The guinea pigs want more salad, which I guess Sean has just paid for. Holy crap.
Santiago.
So Sean, no one is defeating your Jarldom. What is your Jarl's decree? The rule is yours. And holy shit, dude, thank you. Like, this year has kicked the crap out of all of us, and I am no different, so just thank you. I'm sorry, Sean. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. Fuck! Thank you. Thank you. Like, dude, you know, that's what pays for rent and lets me feed these guinea pigs, like, actual royalty. So, thank you.
Is it time for chaos?
I don't know. Is it? I'm not in charge here. Wolfcried, Stepgen, Vanderbeest, all of you, thank you. Oh, it's happening. Okay. Rat Taxi is not going to cut it for this. Go for some Sonic jams. Sean says, and I quote, "Chaos, that's my decree, for whatever that means."
Iron Man had to park his car today. We all watched as Tony parks.
Holy crap! Holy crap! Everything's happening! Sorry. Akira Zero, thank you. I was trying to think of a Tony Parallel Parks joke.
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Stephen just threw in 10! You managed to get Shad VM, Oxy B, Grand Take, Lady Draws a Lot, Tuba Boy, Azure, Tenko, Just Rogue, Collie Bear, Gnoddle, and Philip. Just hanging out at the end there. A train has begun. What is it starting at? It is starting at 7. It didn't. Stations 1 through 6. Get fucked, I guess. What the fuck?
Sings note Santiali, breaking the pint glass tonight. Alright, Santiali, starting a hype train on the level 3, Santiali. Sings note.
Thank you. Fuck. Can't be doing this when I'm late. Fucking yo.
Did you hear about Iron Man's dog? Tony barks.
Fuck. God damn it. Chaos is apparently happening. Okay, thank you. Okay.
I had a joke about roundabouts, but I can't remember the punchline. Well, it will come back around.
Fucking yo. Everyone, all of you, thank you. Sean, look at what you've started. Look at what your powers have wrought. Iron Man had to put an appointment on his calendar. It was a stark reminder. Fucking hell, you lot. Dice, just thank you. You all have done a sizable dent to Sean already. Fucking yo. Sorry, I have no words. I have no words. I was prepared to talk about industry nonsense, show you all my month of sadness. And here we are. This was not what I expected.
You know, I hear Ned Stark is ahead of the Game of Thrones.
This bastard Snow. There's a bastard Snow. Fuck. I have no words and I must stream. Grand Take, that's my entire...
When Iron Man gets stuck underneath the hype train, Tony sparks.
Fuck! They're getting worse! They're getting worse! Sorry, thank you all. Fucking terrors. No, not better. Much, much worse. The train is at 8. We've only just... It's alright. I'll rush back for Elden Ring. Elden Ring's a quiet kind of day. I just hit things with therapy sword and talk. terrors. Thank you. Fuck! No.
Iron Man doesn't wipe his behind very well. Proof? Tony's marks.
Sean giveth with one hand and destroyeth with the other. Fuck! Why are you like this? I take back everything nice I said. Fuck!
If you have not ate yet, please visit the dining car before it closes for the day.
Feel this, at the speed at which this train is moving, I would be surprised if anyone could make it to the car without getting yoked at Mark III backwards. Jesus. Bladen Nora. And Rebels, good work, good work. I didn't even see when Sean's red bit got yo out. I am. No. No. I was expecting a lot of things out of today. This is not one of them.
Teamed up with Loki for April's Fool's Day. Now he's Tony Laughs.
Okay, I like that one. Fucking terrors. Jesus. Oh, that's where the dining car is the back, so you can just kind of like hurtle backwards towards it. I guess this is officially a hype train. There is certainly hype.
Oh, this might be the wrong time to say I think I'm on the wrong train.
Absolutely. And if you had to get off this train in any of the first 6 stops, you've absolutely biffed it. This is the express train. London to Gatwick, but it's going physically through Gatwick. Swoosh. What was that? That was a major airport.
Iron Man sent me a Christmas card. It was signed Tony Hallmark.
Do you all know what tonal whiplash is? Fuck. Wolfcred, thank you. Fuck you. Thank you all. What am I even supposed to say to all this? I'm gonna bury my feelings in a bacon sarnie in a bit. We're doing this. Alright, Sean, from the bottom of my heart, like, thank you. You know how much money that is to me. And you know it goes on paying rent, feeding the little guineas, and that's... Thank you. Just thank you, friend. Thank you. And with that, a behemoth of a train has concluded. Jesus. Thank you all. So much. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. Sorry, just Mega Boss with Total Whiplash. Yeah, I watched the Game Awards. Don't worry about it, Rebels. Gatwick had it coming. Am I also paying rent for an unauthorized performance in front of a gun wall? No, those little jumped up musical theatre twats can pay for their own shit. Rent is a terrible musical. There, I fucking said it. Fight me! I'm jumped up on feelings! Fight me! What the fuck? This is not the day you usually do this. This is just... Okay. Okay. Okay, hang on. All right, let me pause this for a second. I did not expect. Okay, it has been well documented. I'm not in the habit of expecting anything. You know what I mean? On the rare occasions that I do, you know, things like Slugfest, you know, I'm very. I tell you all like well in advance. And it's just, you never know. I'm still trying to find my new normal, right? I'm trying to find what it is to wake up in the morning and be. But I'm in a real place now. I got me and the Nuggies, I got my little life. It's a good one. I want to keep doing this for as long as you have me, alright? And sorry, I'm so discombobulated. I just want to say thank you, that's what I'm trying to say. Just thank you. Alright? Just thank you. Fuck. Let's put the tunes back on. Just cover for my feeling of shit. Okay. I tell you all this on the daily. I'm stupidly lucky to get to do this, and I know that. And every stream we get to do, every day just keeps being the whole thing is a fucking gift. Just thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you want to judge my Steam nonsense? Yes. Let's look at that. Let's look at that instead of looking at a close-up of my face. Okay. It's that time of year. Oh, no, Rebels. It's the least I can do. I'm glad I can be here for peeps. I'm glad I can be here for peeps. And Megaboss, it is wild that it still happens. And it... You know? Thank you. Sorry. Okay! So time to judge my bullshit. I played 184 games this year. Woo! My indie cred has not made it to the top 3 though. So, got, you know, only 1,000 achievements, 200 more than last year. Yeah, NBD. Now, Elden Ring's obviously been our big one, because that's been once a week. And also, Sea of Thieves, I play the Xbox version. I do have it on Steam, but the Steam version is a pain in the ass to get running. But yes, Pacific Drive was one of my big-ins. Did I get achievement for NBD? Is it broken for you too? Fuck. Well, in terms of comparing to the rest of Steam, the Steam median for achievements is 13 in a year. I did 1,200. The Steam median is 4 games, 184. Longest streak, 63 days. If I was smart, I could actually plan to try and go for a full year. Because, like, with a Steam Deck, it's possible. Oh, sorry, I'm still feeling it. And here was my little setup. Roguelike deck builder. I'm looking at you, Balatro. Open world, that was my forest kicker. Souls-like, oh, I wonder what that could be. I fucking love fishing, me. That was my replay of Cyberpunk. Which, even with a full replay of Cyberpunk 2077, that wasn't on my full list. And yeah, my Illuminati level has gone down, but we haven't done as much of the Black Watchman as we've done in the past. So, okay. Now, shocking no one. Shocking no one. But that's been like one of our longest running stream games of the year. I'm playing it so slowly, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Once I've fully finished Elden Ring, I'm going to be very sad. But then they've made it so kind as to make co-op Ring, so I'm going to have a good time after. Oh yeah. Now, okay, so you notice that, like, we started in February, and we've been playing it consistently every month, right? My second most played game was The Phantom Pain, which I only started playing in October. So I just... Can you point to the graph and see where Will was having a hard time? What's that? That's mental health. Eating shit. That was the month where I didn't know if I was going to be able to move, if I was going to have to just go, like, stay on someone's fucking floor or some shit. October was a scary month. So, we got through it. Thanks, Poisonous Snake, for getting me through. It was spooky month, but I wanted spooky like, ooh, and ooga booga booga, not, where are you going to be living at the end of the year? Guess you don't know. I didn't want real fear. And of course, my other one being Pacific Drive, which was fucking brilliant. Honestly, I could have kept going with Pacific Drive. There was so much game to it. And I will admit, like, while I'm thoroughly enjoying Stalker 2, it is making me wish I had an excuse to go back and play more Pacific Drive, you know what I mean? There was just something perfect about its whole vibe. And then also Dave the Diver, which exactly coincided when Fearless gave me my early birthday present, and I got to play it on my Steam Deck. Also, that's when Balatro hit. Sleep? The fuck is that? It doesn't actually tell me my full amount of time played. Dave the Diver, I love indie games. And so does Dave's. He keeps fucking stealing them all, putting them in his own game. Including Balatro. Hey Kestrel, we're just going over my indie stuff while I recover from emotional devastation. And then we'll talk about game news, and then we'll hit things with big swords. So, like, most of these months, like, the actual, like, spread of games I was playing is super varied. Because obviously it's everything that we stream, plus the stuff in my downtime. I do like that in March, Indie Game the Movie technically counted as a game we played. And it's nice to see that Pacific Drive block. Also in April, that was the Gaytona. We played enough marbles on stream to put it on the board. It's interesting that Spelunky 2 hasn't grabbed me like I thought it was gonna. I really thought we were gonna see a return to that. Oh, and we did a shit ton of fishing. You can see where I started bringing the fishing minigame into the longship. That was when we did Daikatana. And that was Will's mental breakdown playing Metal Gear Solid The Phantom Pain. Oh, and that was the Return to Hitman, where we played that, we did the one stream with Nessa, and then I spent like 2 days doing all the shit that I hadn't done. I now have the perfect sniper rifle, and everything else that I wanted to get, so. And now we're in December. Windows, Steam Deck. Windows, Steam Deck. I love pointless graphs. It's all about Dave. Dave on the deck. Though I will say, Resident Evil Village looks and ran really fucking well on Steam Deck, which I did not expect. Sniper Contracts 2 also ran really well, but unfortunately proved to me that while Sniper Contracts 1 was an excellent game, Contracts 2 is just dog shit. I couldn't get it to run on the old Unit 1 because of a very specific bug with it, so I didn't care enough about it to try and like fan patch. But yeah, these were my big uns. So Lunacid and Pacific Drive being in my top 5 makes me feel better.
When Snake works out but his progress plateaus, that's Metal Gear Solid with Phantom Games.
Fuck off. Sorry, thank you for the 200. The Phantom Games, really? He does do a lot of chin-ups. Did make me laugh that in, was it Metal Gear Solid 2, you could bulk out Raiden by making him do chin-ups, which would increase his grip strength. Like, Lunacid I would have kept playing more, Pacific Drive I would have kept playing more, I needed more game. I think Lunacid had like maybe, was it 1 or 2 achievements I didn't have that would have required a full playthrough. Good times, good times. My top demos, Easy Spot, Exclamation Nessa, I Am Your Beast, and fuckloads of Pacific Drive. My longest streak was September through November, which was Slugfest. Which is why you can spot it because Daikatana's in there. And it's like, if we go through by month, like holy crap. There's so many bangers I'd forgotten about, like Leica Aids Through Blood, which, holy shit, talk about Lisa the Painful moto racing. Frost Train, which I cannot wait until they do a full version. In Your Hands, which was a fucking great stream. Sadly, First Cut Samurai Duel was not good. And that broke my little heart. Like, if I bulk out all of these months, the sheer amount of games we go through. Project Proxima, Skybox Sand, Regency Solitaire, good old Attica, they added new content. We did Potions. I guess March was kind of my slow month. I also got back into Blood West in my downtime. Which, if you've been craving kind of like a proper old school, I don't want to call it an immersive sim, but it's like an RPG shooter. The DLC for it, I believe, is dropping either today or tomorrow, and it'll be fucking good. But I think I might try and finish the main story first. I don't think you need...
Online.
Hey!
Online. All systems nominal.
Counterpoint, you can never have too many fingers.
I am going to prove you wrong. To the Space Cadet of Seattle, what unwelcome. I don't know if you saw, but Dustin has decorated their iconic water bottle with the full Space Cadet of Seattle sticker. It's real cool. I meant to DM you that, and I forgot. Also, we watched Indie Game the movie. Boy, howdy, was that a time capsule. I went back to Fallout 76. It was fine. You can tell that's when the Fallout TV show dropped. Collage Atlas was Collage Atlas was so good. But yeah, I know I said this earlier, but it's been weird that for Spelunky, I felt this this compulsion to try and finish it, to try and clear it. I have not felt the same way about Spelunky 2. Oh, and when we get talking about secret level, man. Spelunky one was just naff. The best named adorable indie game, Doronko Wanko. That was fucking good. May. First time we did Abiotic Factor Proper. Mullet Mad Jack, which I 1000%ed, which is like 100% but better. King of the Bridge? Like, is there anyone here who hasn't heard me rave about King of the Bridge? Because I will do it. Like, give me a reason. Give me a reason to rave about this. Holy Bust, it's going real well. I think I have recovered from breakage. Or I'm just like full on caffeinated manic about indie games. How are you? Well, anyway. Classic Marathon. Rungor was fascinating. Oh, then I hit my Thronefall stage in June. Dungeons of Blood and Dream, which was incredible. I Am a Beast demo, love it, love it. Sonar Shock, also incredible. And yes, Deadlock, the game which never really actually got announced, but is still massive on Steam. Content warning. Oh, this is when I started doing... the Long Ship After Dark, isn't it? Or was it? No. That was when I started doing the Long Ship After Dark with pools. Yeah. Okay. I feel like we're kind of getting into main flavor of stuff. I guess because, like, October feels like it was 2 seconds ago. Spice Maroon! Ah, the Forever Winter. We have to go back to that once I got some... once I get a copy of it. Click holding. And here we are. The circle is complete. The circle is complete. I don't think there was anything there which was super surprising to you all. But, like I said, you can see when my mental health just ate shit or something fierce. Okay, so game news! Game news. Alright, I am recovered. I am good. Nvidia's bizarre app broke shit for everybody. There's some weird shit going on with Activision and SAG at the moment. As you may or may not know, the video game side of SAG is currently on strike. And there have been concerns around the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 nonsense that we don't know. We don't know quite to what extent, because the actors don't want to shit on the project because they want to be brought back. But it does seem like, you know, scabs have been brought in to kind of paper over the cracks. So, I guess it's an interesting reminder that, like, you know, the SAG video game strike is still going on. I'm not pleased with SAG and how they've been handling it. In the sense of other strikes that SAG has organized throughout this year have been handled way more successfully. Obviously, I'm pro-strike, you know. Solidarity forever, friends. I want to see my video game homies get the same kind of love and attention. Because, like, I don't know if some of my friends are SAG main or SAG video game. I don't know how it works. I'm not big enough, and I probably wouldn't. Okay, interesting one. So the lead singer of Crush 40 who, if you aren't aware, are responsible for a large number of the iconic Sonic tunes. It's actually suing Sega of America. Apparently, Live and Learn has been used in a bunch of different places, but Sega never actually licensed that one for anything more than the Sonic games. With a lot of other games, they did actually have licensing for, but not that. So, kind of interesting. Again, Sega of America, they've got the cash to do it, so like, come on, homies. Here's a weird one. Helldivers 2 is doing its first branded crossover. Now, I'm not going to ask you who you think it was, because I already posted the article in the news, in the game news, but it's the Helgengast from the incredibly forgettable Killzone 2. Oh, sorry, well, Killzone, the franchise. The Helgengast, if you haven't encountered them, are kind of a... I don't know. They're a budget allegory for just fascism bad. And yeah, no, it does reinforce the are we the baddies, but the Helgengast lack anything resembling subtlety. Ooh, okay, Verdun, that's a good question. What would be the funniest answer? Oh. For some reason, my brain immediately went Jeep Wrangler. Jeep Wrangler, the #1 car of Super Earth. I don't know why that made me laugh. I mean, Animal Crossing would be pretty good. Because, you know, Isabelle does have now Space Marine training. Alnus says, Jeff from Marvel Rivals just to further rustle some jimmies. Oh, just, like, my jimmies are unrustled. I just have to see a lot more shark-related media than I wanted to. Has Jeff from Marvel Rivals annoyed people? Do we have a hot Jeff? Not a hot Jeff, but a hot topic Jeff. Temtem. There we go. Temtem or Ooblets? Well, whatever it is, it's a lot fucking better than Secret Level's final episode. So look, Pikmin would be pretty good. Pikmin, no, it would be Helldivers versus Pikmin. Which could be horrifying if you stop and think about it. Yeah, no, that would be beautiful. Okay, so Alice says there are two camps. People who think that Jeff, the puppy shark, is a baby, and people who think that they are the devil incarnate. I did hear that their special ability is kind of like a shutout, like they trap people in like a stomach dimension, and I have always agreed with the philosophy of like, any ability that says you can't play now fucking sucks. And I don't mean like counterspells in games. I mean like, oh, this ability has been used and now you have to sit in the Shadow Realm while everyone else is having fun. But that's a philosophy thing. Heck divers. Ah, oh, Muppet Babies crossover. And zombies! Tony Hawk's Pro Skater Helldivers. I mean, Solid Snake did it first. Okay, so this is as much a current thing as it is Will's like shotgun-loaded bugbear. If you were in the spoiler thread last night, you will already know my feelings. But the second part of Amazon's Secret Level dropped. If you haven't encountered Secret Level, it is the team behind Love, Death and Robots doing a series of short films based on video game properties. We saw the first half of it drop, which ranged from to fucking yo! Possibly some of the best, like, 40k adaptation that we've seen. An incredible Armored Core short film. Like, so when the second half dropped, obviously the hot button topic was going to be the the Concord video. You know, as I'm sure you're aware, Concord was Sony's big entry into the space of live service games, and it was mired in terrible marketing and controversy. I shouldn't say controversy, terrible marketing and being fucking murdered before its time. So, well, Legend, and that's the thing, Concord's marketing is some of the worst that I've seen in a long time, and definitely helped put it in the fucking ground. Handlebar, Watto and welcome. So, one of the things that I don't want to say people were looking forward to, but people were very curious about is that Concord did get a short film in secret level, even though the game itself is dead as a fucking doornail. Now, it seems that Sony were a big spender in sponsoring secret level, and we'll get into that in just a fucking second. Also, Legend, there was a CGI trailer that was dropped that said and did fucking nothing, and just kind of rubbed people up the wrong way, and also didn't tell them anything about the game. Now, the short film that we got last night was fucking good. Had that been their opening asset, had that been their opening gambit, I mean, who knows? I think people would have forgiven a lot of jank for a world that they could understand, whereas the marketing around it was so heartless. And like, I'm not here to comment on the quality of Concord as a game. I didn't have a chance to play it. It was dead before I could get involved, you know? And DJ Coil, I definitely would agree with the... I assume you mean Guardians of the Galaxy, because acronyms the fucking bane of conversation. But there was no clear through line on what the game was, and that was the first that we saw of it. And it's really hard to make your focal character a cheeky chappy when you don't know that they're being a cheeky chappy about. Anyway, the video put out, I think, is extremely good. It does a great job of giving you the world and the universe and what to care about. And it's just good. It is a real shame now that the title is dead as a doornail, but who knows? Maybe this is some 4D chess, and the results of this is going to see like a re-release and what have you. It's not going to help the people who lost their jobs, but, you know, here the fuck we are. Yeah, the execs absolutely chickened out. They could have kept it going. And DJ Coil, again, I really am going to put the majority of the fault on how it was presented. You know, people were confused as what the game was when it was announced, and so the first thing they found out was a press release saying, oh, it's a live service game. So they immediately went to like worst case scenario. And then when it dropped, you know, the early tests weren't great. And like at that point, nothing less than perfect, nothing less than absolute stellar was going to bring it back. So anyway, it was lovely to watch last night, and a little bit sad because like the narrative chops were there. So give it a watch, see what you think. All of this is on Netflix. There are a couple of other episodes that are stupendous that I would not have expected. And there's a couple that, I don't know, I need more of you all to see before we can deconstruct. One of them struck me in a weird artistic way, and I'm trying to decide on whether or not, like, the design of the thing was bad, or, like, we've reached this level that we're getting bombarded by generative AI so much that the part of my brain that, you know, pattern spots, like, awful nightmares is working on overdrive, making anything vaguely uncanny more pronounced. Did I say Netflix? My apologies. It is on Amazon Prime. It's not on Netflix. Love, Death and Robots was on Netflix. Sorry. Thank you. But one of the critiques of Secret Level was that it was a bunch of advertising. And I can see where people were coming from with that, right? Because things like the Sifu short and stuff like that did feel like the kind of short cinematic trailer you'd put out right before a game's launch. And we found out that the Pac-Man short wasn't a short at all. It was a new game that is coming out, but they made the video before they announced the game at the Game Awards. Which, honestly, marketing, chef's kiss. Like, regardless of what you thought of the Pac-Man short, it wasn't boring to look at, and then getting told, no, it's a roguelike Metroidvania, like, oh, fuck, that's cool. Fuck, that's cool. Like, that is exceptional marketing. But I want to talk about the last episode. Now, usually, I'm very careful when it comes to spoilers, but you can't spoil a hot dog shit turd sandwich. In fact, if I was about to snack down on guinea pig shit, I wouldn't mind someone spoiling it for me. Now, I highly recommend watching it because it is the most fucking soulless piece of shit. It is self-aggrandizing. It is marketing wanking off marketing in the worst way. And there is so much about it that I resent. I don't even know where to fucking start. You know, from doing my boy Sackboy dirty to spaffing Kratos. A Dad of Boy short film might have been fucking brilliant, but no, he's just a side feature. Kestrel, that's how bad this is. Okay, so the last short was just called Playtime. And I was quite confused because all the short films are based on a game or an IP. Either a reimagining or just like a contextualizing. You know, I didn't like the Spelunky one because it didn't really feel like Spelunky. It felt like someone had read a couple of notes and were like, oh, I can work with this. But it wasn't awful, right? Like, I wanted more. I know, DJ Cool, and we can talk about this, but we got to talk about the absolute fucking bastard in the room. So, Playtime is the last of the short films, and I didn't know what IP it was based on. You know, I was curious, but I was like, all right, you know, let's see where it goes. I don't recognize any of the, you know, the thumbnail iconography, and you know, it brings us.
Sensors online, weapons online, all systems nominal.
Oh, MDH.
Oh hey, this came up right after my last message.
Oh.
XD.
Thank you for the 60 months, friend. And sorry that you've hit that button right as I'm about to hot boil some piss. Go so mad about this. It starts with a really interesting character doing like high-speed deliveries in some like nightmarish gig economy. And I was like, oh shit, okay, this could be interesting. And then a spooky kind of, you know, vaguely nondescript Neo-alike comes out of shadows. It's like, I have a package for you, but it's off the books or some shit like that. And I was like, okay, you know, maybe this is much like the Pac-Man thing. Maybe this is an announcement for a game that hasn't happened yet. And I'm like, all right, just using Secret Level as a way to announce new games. Not sure how I feel, but okay. Because one of the shorts was based around a game that hasn't been released yet. The Mass Effect 'em up. That one, I'd be interested to know your thoughts and feels, but it isn't as egregious as this. What this last short film is you remember the old State of Play videos that Sony used to do? It was that, but as a short film. And it was the most vomitous, like, remember video games? Just trying to sell us what exactly? The spirit of PlayStation marketing? It bears no resemblance to anything in the PlayStation ecosystem, but as in, like, it's not based on, like, the fucking, what was it, PlayStation Home. That would have been fine. No. Everything that it was critiquing, it is itself putting forward, it vomited through a bunch of IPs that would have been fun as shit. When I saw the Helldivers pop up, I was like, oh, okay, this could be good. Spoiler, no it's not. Because it's following Sony brand guidelines, so the Helldivers never fire a single shot. They repeat the same lines that they say in multiple segments. Yeah, Holy Boss, what if they'd done Astrobot? That would've been fucking great! And Alice, that's the thing, it's not even mashing action figures together, it's mashing pieces of advertising together. And I just came away from it so angry. I just found myself screaming fuck all the way off. They have to file too much paperwork for the bullets. That's probably right. So yeah, like, I know it's a weird thing to say after that, like, watch it, but, like, it's so utterly fucking soulless. And such an egregious burning of, like, you know, member advertising. Like, fuck you. The Shadow of Colossus shows up. And, like, if any part of Ready Player One pissed you off, imagine that. But instead of it being pop culture references, it's marketing adverts. So Edwin, that's the thing. The second part of Season 2 is great. The bangers in my mind are Concord, genuinely brilliant, genuinely well put together. And here's one I didn't think I'd say, not Ranking of Kings, like, what is it? It's like Honor of Kings, a mobile League of Legends competitor. What was it fucking called? Now I can actually bring it up at the same time without freezing weird shit. Oh, don't you hide from me. So I'm trying to find the name of it. You know what? Never mind. You probably all got to it, but yeah, there was one based on a Mobage League of Legends clone that was genuinely brilliant. Or Wolfcrad do, and then just throw things at the telly. No, you know what? I need the playlist. I'm trying to... Because... Here we go. It's a secret level. Here's the playlist. So for part 2, what did we get? Oh, we got Outer Worlds. And the Outer Worlds one was a great framing. Like, it showed just how much the cost of that world was. Exodus Odyssey is the game that's not out yet, which was fine. Again, very visually impressive. It's based on a game that hasn't been released, so... Like, I don't know how I'm supposed to have an emotional connection to it, but okay. I thought the Spelunky one was just bad. Okay, no. Great animation, but aside from the character design and the fact that you die and respawn, it bared no emotional resemblance to Spelunky. So, like, for those of you who saw the Unreal Tournament one, that wasn't Unreal Tournament 99, but it felt emotionally like it. Whereas this felt nothing like Spelunky. Yeah, Concord was based on a game that's barely released, so it's fair. Maybe the Exodus one is going to be a banger. Honor of Kings, that's way. Honor of Kings was fucking brilliant. And then, like, going back to the other ones, you know, the Crossfire one was odd, but can't fault the animation. Armored Core, spectacular. 40k, spectacular. Unreal Tournament, spectacular. The New World one, which I went into expecting it to be absolute dog shit, was genuine and heartfelt. Like, maybe they could have spaced out this anthology a little better. Sifu was CGI opening trailer to Sifu. And the Dungeons and Dragons one felt like the beginning of a D&D game, like a D&D video game that I really wanted to play. So, Mega Man, I'd be interested to know what you all thought of Mega Man. But just, I cannot state how fucking terrible playtime fulfillment is, because it's such a soulless piece of nothing. Hey, Quasi. I'm just boiling off the last of this piss here, and one of the things I really hate is it feels like hang on, let me move this track forward. It feels like nothing about it was created in any way, shape, or form outside of like a marketing lab. Like, the character that we follow feels like... It feels like, Poochie. Okay, Poochie's the wrong example. But everything about them feels like it was picked specifically to apply to demographics. Yeah. No, Handlebar, and 1000% agree. 1000% agree. And thank you for the bit. For the piss and vinegar, and I'm all out of vinegar. It's alright, we're burning it off, we're burning it off. And you understand what it takes me to get angry about this shit. Like, when we saw the... what did we discuss? The Borderlands 4 trailer in the Game Awards, we've discussed it a lot. It's a bad trailer. The Palworld one is an awful trailer, but it doesn't make me angry. It's just like, hey, come on, buddy. Like, don't have 5 different frame rates. Like, make sure everything is nice and smooth. Like, come on. But this made me mad. And I haven't stopped being angry about it. Don't put your camera behind objects, you know? Anyway, okay, I think I'm good. All in all, I think... so, Secret Level has been picked up for another season. Apparently, it is one of the most successful animation projects that Amazon has put out. Beating out Invincible for viewership. And I can kind of understand why. Like, honestly, at a time when everything creatively is very scary and very weird, this overall felt like a smart project. Except for Playtime. Playtime can get the fucking bin and stay there. Because, like, they want to do more stuff with 40k and Henry Cavill. That's a really scary and expensive project. So why not prototype it? Why not put it out and see, like, another... Like, see how people respond to it in a short form. Spoiler, people fucking loved it. Video games have a lot of untapped emotional interest, and it's rare that we get adaptions that really give a shit. You know, it's starting to take heed, you know. With Arcane, with Fallout, it's been shown that if you give a shit, they will come. And that for games companies it is mutually beneficial because it's a huge shot in the arm for interest in your title. And also edge runners as well. You know, we're seeing a formula that we'll probably see more of until we're all fucking sick of it. But until then, we get some bangers. But it was also, like, that last thing is also a big reminder that, like, the corporatization of especially games marketing is so pronounced and is something to fight back against, you know? Like, the thing I keep coming to is that with care and time, if you treat your marketing as part of your game, if you treat it as part of your operation, you can do incredible things, right? And what was fascinating is seeing the concept of Concord presented in the same medium, a CGI animation by two different teams, and one fucking biffed it, and one fucking nailed it. It did do the thing that I thought it was going to do to me, which is like, oh man, I could really go for some fucking Concord right now. But it's dead, so, you know, they didn't even keep it live long enough to get the shot in the arm from the fucking... And Zen. So yeah, I know it seems weird that I'm focusing so much on secret level, but this is a bit of a cultural touching point, right? Like, Sonic the Hedgehog and Super Mario have been around for super fucking years. You know, they've had entries in, you know, animation and cinema that are older than people currently in this chat. Alright? Sorry, I don't mean to be a dick about it, it's just, you know, Sonic the Hedgehog the cartoon came out a long time ago. Same as Super Mario Bros. Super Show. Like, these are established franchises that have a footprint in culture even before games became culture. You know, back when they were still, like, hobbyist spheres or toys for children. You know? From the perception of, like, culture. But what was interesting about Secret Level is that these came from a whole slew of different places. You know? I know it's a big deal to us, but Armored Core is not an international super brand, right? No one really gives a fuck. Maybe more so now, but like, only from Armored Core 6 onwards. Did the Super Mario Bros. Movie come out before the Sonic cartoons? But the point still standing is these are, you know, we're finally getting good Sonic movies. The Mario movie is fun, even if I fucking hate the casting choices. Like, I watched it and I was like, you know what? This feels like playing fun Mario shit back in the day. But this is video game obscura. This is smaller slivers of things that aren't known. Outer Worlds is not a small game, right? But also, you ask any, you know, Joe or Chumley on the street, they're not gonna fucking know. Right? But here we are, getting a short film, not about a main character, not about the people that we know, but set in the world of. Was it both 93? Okay. Honestly, numbers, 93, 94 feel like they were about a decade long between them, but in a good way. Time I start looking up games released in 94, I'm like, how did they do it? That's a lot of video games. But yeah, I just read Vern's comment of Amazon worked harder on Concord's marketing than Sony did. Abso-fucking-lutely. And I think that's the thing, is that you can feel the emotion and the intent of art, right? When you are playing a game, you can feel it. Not to get all like fucking arty-farty and spiritual about it, but you can feel it. Sometimes a game feels bad because the team just wanted it over. They just wanted that game out the door. The company had ground them into dust. They just wanted it fucking done. And marketing feels very much the same. You can feel the care behind it. All marketing exists to tell you about a video game or to sell you a video game. Like, I understand that. But also, you've got to sell oranges at your orange stand. You've got to sell video games for your video games company. Alright? Like, it's all part and parcel. And it feels like putting your hand to the ground to feel the vibrations when it comes to marketing. You can tell when it's soulless. You could feel that with Concord, they'd already given up. And the team were working hard. The devs were fucking killing themselves to get that shit out. But Sony were already like, ooh, I don't know, the water's a little cold. It's not gonna be a surefire super mega hit. Let's fucking kill them in the back. Like, fuck off. And then we have Amazon being like, actually, the shit's rad, check it out. Anyway. If you want a really good example of really good, smart marketing, once again, while it wasn't able to save the project, Battleborn's opening is also its CGI, is also its cinematic trailer. I watch that one regularly, and I still think that's one of the gold standards for thematic and cinematic trailer. Like Deltron 2020 doing a custom track, the characterization, the stakes, you know. And yet, it is interesting because DJ Coil, there's a few, like, there were more Sony properties than anything else in that setup. So I guess it was Sony properties and Amazon stuff, but like...
Reactor online. Sensors
Hey!
online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
What ho Vikings? Look what I found.
I don't know, Lyrus, it seems pretty sus. You should probably put it back. You should probably put it back where it came from. Like, it's looking a bit shit. Lyrus, thank you kindly. How are you doing? Watto and welcome. I had to get more nuggy salad for the nuggies, so that's why we started so late, and I'm just coming off some piss boiling. But we're going to play some Therapy Sword, it's going to be great. But yeah, how are you doing, friend? But yeah, sorry. DJ Coyle was saying that secret level renewed for a season 2. It's a funny way to spell Sony has already offered to bankroll it, and like going to the lineup, there's more Sony stuff. There's more Sony stuff than anyone else, but I wonder how they went about sorting this because, like, you know, D&D's not got any ties. Sifu was pretty heavily tied to Sony's marketing. New World is Amazon. All right, that's easy. Unreal Tournament, like Epic and Tencent? 40k, that makes sense because Amazon's currently working on a 40k show. Pac-Man, they probably approached them to try and put together that video. Crossfire, who the fuck is that? Like, I know Crossfire exists, I know it's making money in its weird little circle, but... Now, Armored Core is interesting because Sony and FromSoft have always had good ties. And Armored Core was a solely PlayStation endeavor up until Armored Core 4. Outer Wilds, that's kind of everybody. I don't know. Did Amazon publish Outer Wilds? Mega Man's the weird one, because how's that the only Capcom property in this lineup? But alright. Metro Exodus, Exodus Odyssey, that's, I understand, that's Sony marketing. Spelunky I don't get. But yeah. Sony definitely paid out of the fucking arse for it. Anyway. That's enough piss boiling. DJ Coil, I believe it is, yeah? Alnus, honestly, that would be utterly gorgeous. I think the Love, Death and Robots team being given something like Okami to animate would have a fucking field day. So yeah, thank you for letting me rant on that one. I personally believe that good marketing isn't just about selling the game, but it's about complementing and uplifting the parts of it, you know. No game exists in a bubble, and despite what people tell you, word of mouth doesn't start from the words from mouths. It comes from announcements and statements. Rare is it that a game is found completely of its own accord. Outer Worlds was published by Private Division, which was Take-Two. Huh, that's weird. Let's keep talking about this. I'm going to get Elden Ring going, because I have consumed more than enough of your time, dear friends, that didn't involve smashing things in the gabba with giant swords. And Lyris, thank you for filling the pint glass. What's MDH? The interesting thing is, so Crossfire is the weaker one narratively, but that's predominantly because Crossfire itself doesn't really have a story. The animation quality and fight structure of Crossfire was exceptional. Spelunky was just meh. Like, it sure was a short film that I watched. Ugh. Sorry, bear with me a second. Elden Ring's going to fight me on which screen to use. Where is it? There we go. Thank you. Hey, Steve, how the hot heck are you doing, friend? I'm just fighting Elden Ring to get it to do what it's supposed to. Oh, no, Elden Ring has completely given up the ghost. Fucking brilliant. Anishka Watto, and welcome. There's no setting in Elden Ring to set which monitor to use as default. So you have to readjust it each time. And yeah, so Steve, we were just talking about the secret level stuff, how the secret level Concord episode was exceptional marketing. And I was just talking about how, personally, as someone who has been in community, who has been in marketing stuff, who has been in, like, you know, Marcoms and all sorts of stuff, that when everything is in lockstep, when you think about, you know, talking about the game in the same way that you think about it as part of the game, you can make some really fucking cool shit. And a lot of the time when it feels like the marketing is bad or soulless, okay, this should work. Woohoo! There we go. Alright, Lyris, to be continued, friend. To be continued. Like, it's one of the things that I hope people take away when discussing stuff like, you know, open development and things like that is the reason why open development works so well as a strategy for talking about your game is because it's genuine, right? It's... sorry, if you're unfamiliar, so open development is kind of stuff like... It's a lot more common now, but things like Dwarf Fortress and stuff like that, where the dev team literally tell you everything that's going on. They show you behind-the-scenes stuff. Or you all mentioned Project Zomboid has a new patch out, that they're just giving you early versions of, like, unstable patches, so you can have a fuck around and see what you think. They are honest about how the game is being made. They talk to you about the whole thing. It's real cool. Cade's Card, there's another good one. What was I boosting? Was it just Arcane? Like the TV show Arcane? Sure. And Air Dragon, I would say that it introduces more compact issues than it fixes. a lot of the time, when it comes to things that seem glaringly obvious with PC ports, it's because it's going to introduce some fucking obnoxiously complex bug. It's alright, I only need 53 for Bale's Flame Strike of Lightning. And do let me know how the audio levels are, friends, because I think once again it decided that it didn't want to fucking do it. Because it's real quiet for me. Yeah. Compat is the bane of many a project. Did I pick up a new cool thing? Well, so, Ketteril, it's not necessarily the case. But what it means is that the more genuine the comms, the better, right? And so thematic comms is entirely fine. You know what I mean? Sometimes your development strategy is too chaotic. Your devs are too stressed to be really good for, like, nattering with people. Okay. Sorry, so I already got the cleaver, but I wanted to see what this was. Launches a whirlwind of purescent jets that bathe the surroundings they touch in ghost flame. In ages long past, death was burned by ghost flame. Even the remnants of tainted flesh were given equal treatment in death. Way cool. Oh, that's cool. DJ Coyle was saying that the Subnautica's dev team is just open to the web. Now, doing open development means you have to actually do the shit that you say you've got to do, or you have to be honest, right? So, like, if something breaks, you got to fix it, because the people will be able to see how long it's been since it's fixed, and oh boy howdy will they make you very aware of it if you don't fix it. Like, actually, you know what? I'll take a Lord of Blood robe. That looks kind of rad. You can't mark something as only nerds will care about this. And Hindle, what unwelcome. They are still and unsettling. Very unsettling. You know what? Veteran's armor's kind of rad. I already bought that now. I'm just spending our cash now before I get myself fucking killed doing something stupid. As I am known to do. But yeah, so you can't mark things that users care about as will not fix. You have to fix them. That's the long and short of it. So that's the downside. You also can't pretend you don't know about something because they can literally see your comms, and you've gotta be honest. However, if you can maintain that honesty, it's great. It just means that, again, like, business decisions will also be discussed, and you've got to be prepared to talk about them. Oh, hang on. Speaking of decisions, let me put my fucking lights on. But again, you can do good, like, heartfelt marketing stuff with a big budget and a big project. You know what I mean? Hell, look at how FromSoft do their marketing. Huge trailers, huge announcements. They don't do open dev. They do some interviews around about launches and stuff, but that's really it. You know? It's gross in there. So. Anyway. And Stooge, Watto, and welcome. Hello, hello. It's a wild time, friends. You know. For as much as we're seeing, you know, the industry really suffering, and we're seeing a lot of shit, we're also seeing this continued success. Oh yeah, that's where I can get another remembrance. We're also seeing this this like almost demonstrable impact of the video games. I don't think that Secret World is the end of ongoing nonsense. I think it's the start. Stop Mr. Toad's Wild Ride. Now, actually, I'm trying to decide what kind of fucking bullshit we're about to go through. I'm supposed to go there. I don't want to go there. Also, I think I have to go through this kind of castle of fuckery. Which I think, if I wanna, I can go in through the back door, but that might just lead me to here, and fuck knows what that is. I think I have to go in through the front, and there's a big fire guy there who's going to be a fucking challenge. I've done everything in this little area here, the Fisher Depths, and I explored the Finger Ruins and went through here to the... It was like a little... Where was it? There was like a little shack, like right here. I haven't been to this bit, which I think I have to get to from over here. So yeah. There's so much of this I haven't even begun to see. So yeah. Oh, I forgot to do the actual teleporting to where we're going bit. There we go. Well, either way, there's a little one of Mikkela's marks up this way, so I'm going to go poke it with a stick. It's so dark. And again, friends, do let me know how the audio levels are and stuff like that. And yeah, Mental Monk, the area around the fingerprint, around the fingers, is shaped like a fingerprint. They're going hard on this finger metaphor. Nicholas Mark. Isn't that a brand of whiskey? No, we don't need any more fingers. We need less fingers. Shout around for a lot of you. A lot of you. None of you are without sin. Alright, fuckos. Stinky Bretter! No, and that sounds horrifying. Utterly horrifying. Huh. Sorry, interestingly, there was a mark on the map here, but I guess that was just me hallucinating. Okay, so if we want to, we can follow the path up there, or we can head up. I know if I ask you, where are we heading, you're all going to be like, go to the area with the fingers! So I'm just going to fucking bite the proverbial bullet and head on up. I don't know. I mean, it's a philosophical question, right? Whether or not you choose to judge a game based on its marketing is entirely up to you. Does does the meta text. It's lovely. Fuck off. Back in the ground. Back in the ground, you know it. Silly skeletons. Back down you go. I love this sword. I was trying to think if I should create like a new archetype for... No. No. If we do end up doing any New Game Plus stuff, like what I should go for next. I was very tempted to do the Sekiro build. Just because I miss Sekiro and I'd love to play it more. But I haven't decided yet. Yeah, well, so Minnesota, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know if we've come up with a good term for it. Because we talked about, you know, what was the term Dan used? Was it metatext? You know, things that exist outside of the narrative that we still regard, you know, as parts to understanding it. Oh, he does that. Getting all fucking even flow with me there. Apparently there's an independent wrestler called Stephen Flow, and his whole opening song is just even flow, but he says his own name. But it is impossible... Okay, it's not... It is entirely possible to encounter a game independently, but it is almost impossible to encounter one without any of the marketing, right? Screenshots, as Minnesota's Myth was saying, like, the price point will color your expectation of the game. No matter how... How's that for some fucking summoning? Jesus. How do you know when someone's a wrestling fan? Don't worry, they'll show you. So Chorby, what on welcome. It is lovely to see you. How are you doing, friend? Actually, I just mentioned an independent wrestler called Stephen Flow, whose opening is literally the song Even Flow, but with his name. Stephen Flow! I think I sent it to you. Stephen Flow! Stephen Flow! That's it, he's a grunge-themed wrestler. So yeah, Chorby, how was your stream? What were you up to? Friends, if you are not, please, please, please follow Chorby SP. Chorby was I think my #1 watch person of 2024. Definitely the person I rated the most. Okay, so you knew Stephen Flow, but not the Pogo guy. Okay, okay. I can impress you sometimes. I love this sword. It's just a good sword, Brett. They're just good swords, Brett. And I was talking about like games marketing and how it affects what we see. And if we can accept that games marketing affects how we see games, then in the same breath we can accept that they should be considered part and parcel. Not to the same extent, like... I kind of put games marketing in the same place that I put VO, in that it's not the thing you need to spend the most time and money on. But it should be considered part of the experience rather than just... Oh, he does it too! Yeah, he's doing the Even Flow! Stephen Flow! Stephen Flow! I should probably heal. Oh, fuck off. You two aren't even that tough. You don't even go here. Sorry. The Muffin Man. The Muffin Man! It T-poses for power. It just, every time they do that, it just reminds me of the meme, checkmate atheists. Okay. So we are here. So there's the edge of the flat side of the castle, and then we can get in here. Alright, and that cliff up there, that is Finger World. It's like Spice World, but so much worse.
Captain on the bridge.
Oh, Pacow! Jesus, 65 months. As if you all haven't done 1,000 things as well. Thank you. I'll talk to this guy. What's up, buddy? Thank you for the cookbook. Oh, and a Dew Gem as well. Oh, I'm sorry you're a hideous monstrosity. Sorry I bullied your friend, but in my defense, he bullied me first. Well, I'll tell you what, Kestrel, if we can get there soon enough, I'll definitely get churros, but the churros place does close early. Anyway, so yeah, so Chorby, what were you up to, what you're playing, and friends, please, 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 if you are not following Chorby, change that. Kazaa! Oh, fuck off, Skelly. I return from the... Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I can't believe you've done this. Even flow. Skeletons with even flow. I don't even get off my horse with these guys. It's how disappointing they are. Joby said, since we're playing the most unknown game, Inferno Climber, we should raid into an Inferno Climber clone. I will admit, I hadn't heard of Inferno Climber before you started showing it, and I was like, oh, this seems up my alley. I started researching into it, and then I ended up crawling down like one of those wiki holes of two groups arguing as to which is the correct version of Inferno Climber to play. And let me tell you, those peeps, they get real fucking personal about that shit. Inferno Climber looks incredibly clever. So in the mystical far-flung future, I reserve the right to follow in your footsteps. Because I can't remember if Inferno Climber is FromSoft or it's ex-FromSoft people. But there's two versions and... oh, I forget. I know, Kestrel, it's a shocking thing, but it happens. Oh, and just very quickly, to the Elden Ring nerds. So, apparently, we're going to Big Castle today. I can't see another place we can go to. So, do we go in through this little, like, back entrance here into the side of the castle, or are we supposed to go in through the front? MDH, because Sony refused to acknowledge Sackboy, and aside from, like, shitting on him in that particular game I'm still angry about, I'm still angry about, that's the only work you can get. Alright, so people say dealer's choice. Recommend front if you want to meet a pretty puppy. I do like puppies. I do like puppies. Okay. The front has been decided. Lol. Oh, I thought that was a fucking bear. Alright.
Ah, there you are.
What's up?
Made up my mind. The home sense will be eliminated. If he were to point his blade at Sir Mesmer or Queen Marika, perhaps it would not matter, but vengeance changes a man. And one day, his blade may turn towards Mikula the Kind. Kindly Mikula is, after all, the true golden child. Even if he discards every last drop of his being.
He mind controlled you into being his homie!
I believe the Hornsen suspects what I have in mind. He never placed his full trust in me, even under the effect of kindly Mikula's spell. He must have recognized something. The scent of the killer that slept within me. The stench of crusted blood.
This is the cloak of the killer.
I will follow the Hornsen. To have his revenge on Sir Mesmer, there is only one place he will go. The Black Keep.
Alright, so I guess we're going to the Black Keep. No right, babies? Okay. I've got that fucking Stephen Flow song stuck in my head now. Do the impossible, see the invisible. Row, row. Stephen Flow. That's how it goes, right? Get fucked! Want a rematch? Get fucked! I don't even have to get off my horse. At some point we should go back and fight the Night Cavalry, because I realised I haven't killed any of them. Kiddo says they're off to start the DLC themselves. Have a good night. Hey, have fun. And I'm sorry about the cappy wearer wankers. Angela says that road's a hollow way. Don't see many of those. What do you mean by a hollow way? Also, stinky breather! How does the ground taste, little man? God, I love this sword. But yeah, so Chorby, on the subject of indie games that end up consuming you. So yesterday we played Naiad, which I thought was just going to be like this cutie patootie, like little like quick game, you know, where we were just going to explore a cute little river, and we ended up playing for nearly the game for like 6-7 hours. The stream was 10 hours, and it ended up being just fascinating and wonderful. All right, puppies, have fun. Oh, wrong button, wrong button! Fuck! Fuck, that did not work. That also did not work. Remember, jumping is an option. Shit. Okay, the puppies are not happy. Ow! Gonna need you to do some more of the rolling, dude. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's alright, it's not my camp. And I still get the fucking souls from all the dead. So, Stephen Flow. Stephen Flow, Stephen Flow. I was hoping the cannon would have slightly more impact, pun intended. But you can't win them all. Ember of Mesmer. Mesmer... A drawstring Mesmer Fire Grease. Oh, fuck off, mate. You two could have just pretended I wasn't there and you would have been fine. Do you see a tarnish walking through there? No. The fuck I do not, neither do you. But we were told to stay here and keep watch. That's what we're doing. We are keeping watch. And boy howdy are we watching. My brains and your brawn will make an excellent team. No, that's us on Friday. Oh shit! And I don't know if Chorby is still lurking and irking, but as an FYI, we are returning to Abiotic Factor this Friday. I'm being joined by Chorby, by Sage, by Nick, and I think Ems is joining us as well. It's gonna be real fucking cool. Oh, fuck you! Cheap backstabbing twat! So we'll be starting a brand new run. As you know, I've only seen up to a certain point. Chorby hasn't played it. Sage hasn't played it. I think Nick's played slightly more than me. So, yeah, no spoilers. No spoilers for the squad, but... Chorby, we should be able to. We should be able to. Because that will be the full 6. Like, I haven't played it with 6 people, but also every time I've done Abiotic Factor, there's always drop-offs. So this way, we've got a full team for sure. And then in the future, if it's just you, me, and Sage, or you, me, and Virals, or what have you... Hindle, we do have a full team. And I'll blep at you and Sage about whether or not we want to try doing like a full complement of combined chat. Because we did combine mine and Sage's, which was fun, but the proct alerts thing was a little bit of a challenge. Buddy, I need you to not be stuck on the edge here. Cool. Guess who doesn't care about friendly fire? It's this guy! Thank you for all the free souls! What? I'm not giving up me freebies. Oh, there's a camp up here. Ah, it's these bastards and their little, like, stompy interrupt. Oh, look at me, my name's Dave and I stamp on things. Makes me very cool. I am getting a lot of souls from Flamey Guy's Rampage, though. So, might just be a little bit of a terror. Okay, so the banning each other's bots did work. Okay. The only other thing being... well, because you and Sage are definitely going to want to play through the tutorial, because it's really fucking good. I think it takes about like 10 or 15 minutes, like give or take. But the only other thing we noticed when Sage and I did it is that the alerts for bits proc on everybody's regardless of who gets them. So I don't know how that's gonna go. I hope it's not super obnoxious. And I guess it'll be a good experiment. It does mean though that any alerts we all hear them, which is kind of fun. So yeah. Like I said, I'll talk to Sage about it as well. Man, these guys get a fucking jammy dice roll on that hole. Just cleave them in half. Man. You all have seen Floydo's video on on best dodge rolls in video games, right? Alright, you're coming down here, or do I have to wait? Oh, there we go. Because I will say, I did watch it last night finally, and it's got me thinking about the animes of this and how fucking good they are. Yeah, I'm not doing 89. Fucking tumbleweed! Are you leading this force? Fucking knew it. That's why this lot has been so much more effective at killing me. The tumbleweed have cast their lot in. Alright, if you think you're getting a fair fight, mate, you got another thing coming. And that thing is Stinky Breather! Ooh, Black Steel's Twin Blade. Oh. That would have been useful if he'd had the chance to use it against me. Aha. The ass joke for the Bayonetta games was very clever. Intentional or unintentional. And all the stuff on Nier Automata as well felt fucking spot on, you know? At some point, we're gonna have to come back and kill these gigantic fire bastards. But not today. Someone was saying that if I can just hit them in the face, it does insane damage, but I haven't been able to hit them. Oh! And the cannon shoots ballista bolts. Ooh, though if I can learn to make an explosive great bolt, that might do the job. Yeah. Well, and it's one of the things I love about, I mean, streaming and talking with, like, industry friendos and stuff like that is learning how good the things that you love are, even when you thought you understood them. Like, Nier's whole metaphor about what it means to be human, like the two factions, you know, one a series of rusty, wind-up automaton creatures that are more akin to abominations, who are desperately seeking the idea of humanity, versus these beautiful, perfectly made beautifully, perfectly made androids who excel at everything, who are actively trying to be as inhuman as possible. And that intersection. 2B's moveset is human and yet not. It's impossible. Okay, well, Rebels, we can do it as like a group hunt later on. Wait, no. DJ Coil, didn't that that already happened. Hang on, let's have a quick look. But yeah, all of Annapurna walked. Like, it was actually Chorby spotted that one before I did. Yeah, dude, this is from September. That's from September. Sorry, I didn't mean that to sound as mean as it was. I just, with the amount of news that we have to deal with on a daily, I try and make sure I'm not double reporting stuff. Huh. Missed him. Game developer posting their best of 2024. I don't know if I'd call that best. Just keep fumigating the camp. Oh, straight down the middle. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Damn it. It's like Even Flow is already a great track to start with. That, but make it even catchier? It's not fair. It's not fair. Oh, I'm bringing out the puppies. That bow guy's not going to snipe me in the back of the head again. Fuck him up, puppies! Like, what are you jerks gonna do? I train these dogs to hunt dragons. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Cheeky T-burps. Make a... Once we hit next bonfire, make myself a bacon sarnie. But yeah. It has been an interesting discussion, so I can understand why not, because, you know, it might be disappearing in a month. But I follow Chet Falazak on TikTok, and for Conversations of the Day, that gentleman has always been fascinating to talk to. And he was kind of asked, like, someone asked him, like, where do you get your games news right now? And I realised that we're in a really weird spot. A lot of the big, some of the fucking naff big publications do some great reporting. You know, Chet pointed to Rebecca Valentine's work over at IGN. Even though IGN is a hotbed of dog shit, you know, Reb's work is fucking brilliant. Oh man. What's the matter? Perfumers can't handle their rot breath. Well, if you think about it, Aeon, I'm kind of like an RSS feed with an alcohol problem. Like, I filter through a lot of different sites. But it was one thing that I was kind of curious about, because, like, GI.biz used to be one of my big ones. They are now on a skeleton crew of one person, and, you know, they've always been an industry site, but there's a lot of game news that they have ignored this week because they're doing, like, this promotional push for the Indian games industry, which, hey, if anyone cracks that whole region in a good way, I cannot wait to hear about it. Yes, me and Calcium Bonio, Skeleton Crew. Like that TV show, Skeleton Crew. But currently, oh, it was a series of bags. I was about to stab a person. I think a lot of the predatory Mobage stuff is leveled at India. Fucking tumbleweed, piece of shit. It's leveled at India, but India doesn't currently have the, the average income to be a big spending point. So, the little that people do spend on games out there gets hoovered up by some pretty sinister shit. That's my current understanding of it. I am more than happy. Fucking tumbleweed! I'd be more than happy to be wrong. Alright? Okay. There's actually quite a lot down there. We'll explore that later. But yeah, GI.biz is now down to a skeleton crew. Game developer is still doing well, and they're still doing very good reporting. Now, they are owned by the same company that owns a whole bunch of stuff, including GDC. I weep for the Kotaku that was. Rock Paper Shotgun is very, very good, but they are not the first to market with a lot of news. But often some of the more insightful. Aftermath, I think, is one of our big ones. But I was trying to think, are there any sites that I haven't mentioned that you frequent? Because I'd be curious to know. Like, a lot of what I do on the Longship is I take, the news points that I think are worth discussing with you all every day, and that's what we do before we get started on games. I try to make sure that we're not bringing in, like, the kind of, like, user-end drama bullshit. Like, we're not talking about, what was it? The Witcher 4 CGI trailer, because I think it's a really fucking good trailer. Oh, sorry. And also, like, no one of actual value cares. Oh! Rolling sparks. That's fucking cool. So yes, DJ Coil, I did just mention GI.biz. And GI.biz has always been business first. Like, that's their whole thing. They came from video games retail. But yeah, they've been reduced down to one person, is the rumor. And you can tell that the amount of reporting they're doing and info they're putting out has drastically decreased. And that's what I was talking about with the Indian games industry. Because their current promotional thing is the India Games Week. And it's just like a speculative focus on Mobage. It's part of somebody's push to try and get more investment in India. It's not actually part of like an exploding industry. Predominantly, most people in that region who aren't playing Mobage are pirating games. The price compared to like the average income is just ridiculous. Ooh, a furnace visage. Ooh. Shout out to that guy who didn't die immediately when I broke his face. But yeah, that's what I was... Oh, Furnace Keeper's note. A note left by presumably a Furnace Keeper containing the admonitions regarding the furnace's proper use. Keep fire pots well clear when the golem's furnace is ablaze, and never let me catch you with pots that produce flaming whirlwinds, for goodness sake. Ooh, that's a weakness. Yo, that's a perfume bottle Ash of War? Let's fucking go. We do like a good twin steel. a well-picked turtleneck. Being stylish this Christmas. And verdant flow. I'm sure I have no idea what you could possibly mean. Stephen Flow. Stephen Flow. Stephen Flow. Kablam! Sorry. I can't stop. But yeah, I was thinking of like other spaces where I get my news. So it's like Eurogamer, game developer, formerly Gama Sutra, Rock Paper Shotgun, and this is in no order, but when I say the hot sheets, this is what I'm usually talking about. Blink, blink. Oh, VG247, that actually got a lot better over the last few years. And occasionally I'll check a site called PC Games N. It's not good, but they will report on anything and everything in the PC game space. From, you know, which free-to-play game is giving away resources to, you know, oh, excuse you, drama surrounding a particular patch and what have you. Again, it's not a great resource, and it kind of clipses a little bit into, like, insane fanatic news. But in the same breath, it does cover stuff that nobody else does. And sometimes, you know, things like the state of, like, Payday 3 and things like that, no one else covers it apart from them. And, like, I'm not saying that we need to talk about Payday 3 because, like, oh, isn't it so funny they've done bad? No, but when you think about how Payday 2 was so successful, the failing of Payday 3 compared is, I don't want to say ridiculous, but like, Payday 3 should have been one of the most successful games released in the last few years, and it is anything but. Sorry, if you don't know the story, so the company that makes Payday got in real financial trouble after making a shitload of really bad calls. One of which being a widescreen VR helmet. That was going to be their killer peripheral. You'll probably notice we are not talking about that. It was not their killer peripheral. It was in fact a fucking disaster. They also had some licensed games that went very, very awry. Like, it was a bad time. But they managed to pull themselves back from absolute, like, complete bankruptcy bad times by reinvigorating development of... What are you doing there? Could this be a lift? It's a weird-ass fucking skull. I guess it is a lift. Big lift. They managed to pull the company back from the brink by restarting development of Payday 2. They switched to a very games as service model of development, but predominantly they just did it via, like, you know, selling DLC and new characters and stuff like that. Like, nothing super egregious. There was a misstep where they implemented a skins system where certain skins had certain in-game bonuses. I don't know who thought that was going to be a fucking good idea, but they did. Also, who is this? Hey! Does that mean that's a boss fight? What the fuck is that? Alright. And who's this? Oh, twirly curly whirly face. The horned one. He was a bit of a knob, if I remember. Anyway, before we get to that proper, I have not eaten today, and so that Lizzie doesn't shout at me, I'm just going to make a bacon sarnie very quickly. But I want to finish this thought and this conversation point. So, like, the reason why this is such an important one was that it was such a good indication that, like, you can't just release the next iteration of a live service game because user expectation is insanely high, but it's not insanely high based on a hype campaign. It's based on the idea of what you put forward before. We saw this with Darktide, that Darktide did not launch with the same amount of features and content as Vermintide 2, and people dragged it over the coals for it, right? Lo-fi weeks to munch salad too. Yes, I will also be feeding the nuggies, so I'll leave the mic on as I throw some stuff in. Because as soon as I open the fridge, the babies are going to be like, "What time is this? We deserve more salad." They're going to get spoiled later because I'm doing their cage tonight, but still. Like, the failings of Payday 2 is something that people should be studying, because repeatable formula does not immediately equal success. You have to take your previous creations into account. And the other thing was, like, they didn't launch with single player functionality and all sorts. And the thing being, like, the reason why you make a co-op game instead of a multiplayer game is so that you don't have to worry about anti-cheat, you don't have to worry about cheat protection and stuff like that. Like, so long as you've got systems in place to stop people from just pirating the game, it's like, you're golden, right? Because if somebody cheats at, like, Helldivers 2, for example, sure, cool, whatever. You know, you didn't improve, you played yourself, you know, fuck, I forget the quote. But you know what I mean. It's not a detraction from other people's experience, only your own. And if you're cheating whilst you're playing co-op, people are either going to boot you or they're just going to not invite you to things in the future, you know? Unless everyone's cheating, in which case, yay! Like, cheating only becomes a problem when you have multiplayer ecosystems, because people who cheat don't spend more money, and they remove people from the ecosystem who do spend money. So, like, they make a bad time for others, and they detract from the time of other people. But with Payday 2, Payday 3, there was such a focus on, like, multiplayer security that they didn't even have, like, a single player mode or an offline or what have you. It was incredibly hard for people to play with others, and, like, when the crux of that game is do crimes with friends, and it's hard to do crimes with friends. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent here. So, I'm going to make myself a quick sarnie. It'll only take me a sec. Unless I turn it into a BLT. Oh, it might take me slightly longer, but... Fuck it, you know what? I'm going to spoil myself. So please forgive me. I'm going to take 2 or 3 minutes. I'm going to spoil the nuggies. I'm going to have a nice sarnie, because I forgot to eat today. Yeah. Bacon and salad. Bacon's not that... You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Feed the meat suit. But yeah, I'm going to leave the mic on just because I know the salad... these little salad terrors are going to scream at me in just a second. Please don't feed bacon to the nuggies. I promise nothing. How my little cuties? How my little cuties? Yeah, are you very cute? Are you very cute? Alright. Steve and Flo. Cutie babies. Oh, chop, 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 chop. Oh, chop, 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 chop. Messy babies. Yeah. Oh, chop, 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 chop. Oh, chop, 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 chop. Chop. There you go. Stephen Flo. God damn it, stuck in my head. I'm really sorry if I put the song in your head too, friends. Just having one of those days where everything's kind of going a million miles an hour. Ugh. So. Which, let me tell you, the days where everything is moving very quickly, great for streaming, terrible for anything else. Maybe I should get a cooking camera so you can see my sarnie construction. Waiting for the toaster pot. What are you all nattering about? Cannibal Cult Nuggy Feeding Chair. Stream sponsored by Stephen Flo. Bacon's not dead! Bacon's not dead. Shut up, Calcium. You're not helping.
Ever wonder why you cook bacon, but bake cookies?
Stephen Flo, Stephen Flo. God damn it. This is not elegant at all. I have made a mess already. Alright. Thank you all for waiting. Sorry I've been kind of half dancing around a series of topics. I guess that's kind of the nature of a lot of these Elden Ring streams, right? Like, I want to talk more about how if we incorporate marketing into the part of game creation rather than it being this thing you do at the last year, then it can feel like part of the experience. I love that kind of stuff. You know, I want to talk more about how it's valid for users to feel bad when the game is marketed bad, you know? That, for all that we like to say, unfortunately, huge parts of the media around games affects how we see games and feel about them. Bacon's not dead, you liars. And Andorf, thank you for the 200. Feckin' terror. I don't know how this is Calcium's fault, but it is. So there's this strategy that Mr. good old Hideo Kojima loves to use. This is excellent. I didn't know how much I needed this. Okay, let's just say Kojima Productions because it's probably someone on his team. But they have a strategy when marketing their games where they create assets and trailers that are fucking bafflingly confusing. Fun. Do you know Jeff is a friend of Kojima? I did. Does Kojima know that? All the trailers and marketing and stuff around Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2 especially, you can see that they make no fucking sense in isolation. So when you walk into those games, you really don't know anything about the story you're about to face. But you know the vibes. The feeling of the world you're stepping into has been very well established. And I find that to be a really good example of thinking about marketing as the experience. Going in as Norman Reedus and his baby fetus, your character knows this world, but is also not fully a part of it, right? You were a courier, but right now you're not. You don't have a bridge baby. Hell, the concept of a bridge baby is new to you. Well, see, Legend, I thought about intriguing, but intriguing is the idea of tantalizingly pulling you in with a mystery or a concept. The Death Stranding marketing is about confusing and befuddling, but conveying the vibes of the world. And that's something that the game does to a very, very specific degree. In both the marketing assets and in the early stages of Death Stranding, you're introduced to characters like Die Hardman. You know, we're introduced to ridiculous concepts. And in the marketing for Death Stranding 2, we've been introduced to a puppet who's animated at like 4 frames a second. Troy Baker's back, but now he's like a glam metal assassin with a guitar that's also an axe, and yes, it does shoot a lightning. Of course it does. Of course it does. We've been given... And we have a little bit more context because we played the prior game, but again, it's going to discombobulate and confuse, because Death Stranding is a world that both is and absolutely is not our own. You know, it's America, but it's not America. It's fucking, you know, Greenland. Sorry, that could be Iceland. I always get those mixed up. I know a lot of people do. So, like, who is the hero? Who is the villain? What are the stakes? What are the causes? It's very, very strange. But the vibes are very much being well established. This new cast of new and stranger people are being established. And that's the kind of energy we're going to take into Death Stranding 2, right? You feel me? I was trying to think of a good example of an intriguing marketing campaign. Then it's something that's leading up to a mystery or a puzzle. And that does it really well. That complements the game. Because what Steve was saying earlier about games that end up spoiling large, good parts of it, that's fair. It does happen. It's more common for movies than for games. Okay, you know, Verdon, that is a textbook example of intrigue as a campaign. What's in the cube? What's in the cube? Something life-changing, Molyneux says. Only one. Sorry. That was delicious, and I didn't know I needed that. Andorf, good luck. You should give us like a cable we can yank you out from. But yeah, Molyneux launched a whole concept that was what's in the cube. You know, a single mystery, a single puzzle. Now, ultimately that mystery did not pay off, but it was very successful marketing. Much like a hype campaign, those sorts of things need to have a good payoff. And Evil Geek and the Elden Ring squad. So does it matter who I take with me? Because I was going to take Big Fighty Lass. and just see what happens. Oh, I don't think I've got enough tree. No, not enough for a blessing. So yeah, basically, who should I take with me? Because that is absolutely about to be a big old fight. And once again, Lars, thank you for the pint glass. Therapy Sword's been slow. Honestly, we've been talking more than anything else. It's just a game about rings, Will. It's just a game about rings. So we're about to enter the Shadow Keep. We're entering the Shadow Keep from the front. Killed a lot of dudes down there, not gonna lie. Okay, and also they don't think either one affects storyline, but not entirely sure. Okay. I might hang out with the Redan fan for sure. I don't trust this guy as far as I can fucking throw him. Me physically will overguard, not very far. My little one-eyed mad dragon antler wearing numpty, very far. Oh, sorry. Apologies for 1,000-yard staring here. I was just thinking on the subject of like videos and assets that complement. I did a deep dive into the Borderlands trailers recently. Sorry if I've told you that like 4 times. But one of the things that was interesting was that the openings were also used as cinematic trailers in certain extents, but the songs were predominantly used. So like Cage the Elephant for the first one. Shit, how am I forgetting Borderlands 2's one? That was fucking good. Like, they did the standard gaff of, like, here's a gameplay trailer, here's an announced trailer, and then finally, like, here's the cinematic trailer / opening to the game. They're pretty standard, but all of them... It was the heavy. Thank you, Cable Clip. Alright, well, Freya's coming with us. And while there was nothing really special about the Borderlands campaign structure, the assets were really good. And again, did a great job of setting the fucking tone of the place. Alright, you know what? We don't need that guy. A golden hippopotamus. Moodang! You have to say it like that, by the way, as a moodang! Like Al Pacino. Golden Hippo is not immune to Stinky Breath. Stinky Breath! Oh, I've made him mad. Okay, fair. Oh, Oh, and he is down. Oh, come on. There it is. There it is. Oh, bullshitting ships. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Damn, that's an ugly baby. Damn, that's one ugly ass baby. What in the Monster Hunter fuck was that move? Oh! There's a porcupotamus! Is it hippopotamus? This ain't no place for no hippo. This ain't no place for no porcupine. This ain't no place for no hippo. First time. Aspect of the crucible. Thorns. And some fragments. Love it. I'm sorry. First time every time? First time every time? First time every time. There we go. Shh, Bale doesn't get to say shit anymore. I kicked his ass. I kicked his ass. Sorry, friends, that was a lot of build-up for a fight with Freya that we won. Whose house is this? Slugcat's house. Slugcat versus Elden Ring when? No! Such a thing is utterly inconceivable! Mesmer is the son of Queen Marika. Her Grace would never abandon her own flesh and blood. I think I missed a beat there. We have not been abandoned. Oh, that was probably it. Oh, I guess it's lunchtime then. Hippo had no no defense against the stinky breath, and I get another blessing. Let's fucking go. I was just thinking, wouldn't it be awesome if I could punch people even harder? I've probably got enough to level up. I have enough to level up. This is just me at this point. I don't even know what to put stuff in. From Lyris, from Mudang's perspective, yep. Verdant, that's because the games industry doesn't know how good I am, and more people should let me voice their characters. Actually, and Vanderbeest, there is a way to do a punching build in this. One of the guys we dueled earlier, he teaches you like a kung fu set, which is kind of cool. Might as well just level up Stinky Breath then. But yeah, this all kind of came off a thought I had earlier on while I was buying more salad for the guineas. Of, like, I forget who it was talking about earlier about being really perturbed by this trend of, like, take an existing song, predominantly something that was popular in either the 80s or 90s, and then do like a slow, mournful indie cover of it and have that as be your like announcement trailer music. I don't know if you bastard. I know a few people have done that and it's worked, but predominantly it's just kind of naff. Like, you have the opportunity to do some cool things with new, fresh, original music. Like, why not? But also, like, the songs that you pick can absolutely help set the tone for the rest of the game. Oh, is that a baby Erd tree? Man, that's such a trap. I win! And look. Ooh. A main gauche. The art of trailers is a difficult one. I'm not going to sit here and say that picking the right song is easy. One of the things that Gearbox was so good at doing for a while was finding bands that hadn't quite hit that, like, public consciousness peak. Though, like, Cage the Elephant was not unknown, and it was the Heavy who did the No Place for No Hero. Like, they weren't unknown bands, but they weren't in the general nerdery of consciousness. Same as, like, Clutch for Left 4 Dead and stuff like that. Or Left 4 Dead 2. Oh, that's cool. So this is literally just a parrying blade. Love to see it. Creates a mass of thorn-like fur in the caster's back before scouring the area and rolling around on the ground. Charging increases the number of rolls and the range of attacks. In an age-long past, before this land was enshrouded in shadow, the vitality of the crucible flourished. Remains of this can be seen in ancient ruins. You know the one that breaks my little fucking heart, just because the guy turned out to be a fucking lunatic, was the Kanye song used for Saints Row. Was so perfect. Synchronized dying champions over here. If I can aim this just right. Almost. Ha! Bye! You're right, Cable Clip. Grizz was the announcement trailer, not the opening. And yes, Evil Geek, power feels like it came from the Saints Row universe. Honestly, what is Kanye going batshit insane feels like it comes from the Saints Row universe. Like, I don't think that's an unfair thing to say. Alright, I'm gonna risk it for a biscuit. It's clearly a trap, but we'll see what's coming. Oh, it's gonna be one of those fire duels, isn't it? Yeah. The Talisman of the Lord's Bestowal. Damn, that sounds dramatic as fuck. No one man should have all that power, and he was right. Jesus. I don't know. In this day and age, if you were starting a new project, and we're talking small to medium budget at most, I'd still recommend finding an artist that you could commission rather than like trying to license a big budget track. You know, that's my personal takeaway from like the age of authenticity. You know, you don't want a sad indie lass doing you a cover of Heart-Shaped Box or some shit. What you want is, I guess it's forefront in my mind, but you want to Crush 40, right? You want your own Escape from the City. You want a Danny Barriowski special, right? And he's down! So Aeon, I've not used Fiverr in a professional capacity. The only encounters I've had with it have been people that have used it for humorous reasons, and honestly, it's so hard now to filter through the slop. Like, there was a joke doing the rounds of somebody who commissioned a Fiverr animator to make them a soda commercial, and they did, what was it? They did the billionaire's homemade submarine as a fucking commercial for soda. And it was very, very funny. And so I was like, oh, that would be hilarious. I wonder how much that cost. I wonder if that's something that we can do. And I couldn't find who did it, just through the just reams and reams of infinitely reposted like AI generated slop, and also just straight up scams. So Aeon, I've not had luck with Fiverr. Groups and sites like Work with Indies can be really good if you are on the hunt for people. Being on Work with Indies means basically getting a million different, oh hey, would you work for RevShare? Oh hey, would you work for nothing? But occasionally some good shit will come from it. You know? Vernon says, but if you license the music, then you can have your game taken off the storefront later when you can't agree on the renewal. Exactly! And anyone trying to promote your game on social media or on this creepy ass fucking website called twitch.television, yeah, it's fucking weird, don't look it up. Anyone trying to promote your game has to worry about DMCA strikes, or has to worry about, obtaining permission. Or if they do have permission, then maybe somebody else who's also licensed that decides that they want to get spicy with it. No, you definitely want that. Sorry, let me turn the kitchen light off. Okay. Background is not allowed to be whiter than the streamer, lest I blend into it. Well, so Hoffa's, the Super Meat Boy situation's a bit more complicated because, yeah. That is a long story and not all of it has been told. But that's what happens in a lot of like licensed music games. They license the music, but they only license it for like 5 or 6 years, and then they lose the license. And then they have to either delist it or remove it. A lot of the time when you read about games getting delisted, it's because of third-party licensing stuff, like music. Like, and I get it, right? Like, I get the allure, You were a kid, you grew up with... you grew up with these bands that you really loved. Fuck. The idea of getting to use one of the songs that you loved in your game is right there. And you do get a good response, at least to start. Fuck. No! There we go. Okay, cool. You've got your whole delayed bullshit. Oh, right in the nipple. The saga of the nippleless knights continues. Yeah, and Evil Geek, the only thing I was asking was fighting the hip-hopopotamus. Should I have used Freya to summon or curly-faced bastard? Because I used just Freya. I didn't need any more. Yeah, nipple no more. Nipple be gone. New from Sillet Bang. Nipple be gone. Oh, and this was the other way we were coming up. That's cool. No, and Hoffa's like, absolutely. And the thing is, a lot of independent music artists, you commission them, you own the track, and then you can... I didn't mean to do that. Then what you can do is you can give them the license to sell the music, right? That's how a lot of those deals usually work. So, like, if I commission Megaran to make a fucking, I don't know, a tumbleweed rhyme about how much we kick ass, Elden Ring, what I would do as part of the agreement would be like, okay, so I'm commissioning you to make this track. You're making this track for, you know, our video game, our stream, what have you. But I give you permission to sell that music. Like, you can put it on albums, you can use it in promoting your own stuff. You can't give it to another company, and you can't use it to sell... You can't license it out to anyone else, but you can do what you want with it. Now, it's different because, like, when you know the person in question, if things get fucking weird, you can just go, oh, well... Oh, that's such a trap, I can't leave it alone. Such a trap. I just risked my life for a smithing stone 5. The fool is I. Okay, so Evil Geek, and if it comes to that, does it matter if I summon one or both of them? Yeah. And Hoffers, I hope you know, like, I know that you know all this. I'm kind of saying it for myself and for everybody. But yeah, you know, Chipsel did some great stuff for that game we played, the It Follows Asthma game, where they even are doing a rave in one of the stages. That game shit me up too much. I should go back and play it more now it's version 1, but whew, I thought I was going to be able to handle that demo way better than I did. Some of these screenshots are going to be amazing for the thumbnail. Now, the absolute golden victory, right? Like the best practice, assuming you have the money to do so, is you get yourself a Darren motherfucking Korb. Not a lot of people know that. That's his full name. He's that good. You get a Darren Korb, and then you win. You get someone who is able to compose but can also do VO direction, or someone who's interested in doing VO direction, who's interested in doing these different elements. Because by fostering the talent within your own operation and having them be part of the creative process, not just be someone you come to, oh, it's the little munchkin shit! Interrupt me during Korb time. I'm Corbin! Corbin! I'm Corbin. If you can do that, then you can do incredible things because you can get a real sense of the full identity of a title super early on. I know we all know it, right? Like, I understand that I'm quoting like one of the most known pieces of game dev trivia, but for Transistor, one of the things that they did, like, super early on in production, was they made a thematic, I don't want to say trailer, it wasn't a trailer, they made a thematic experiment, right? What they did is they did some, you know, some concept art of what they wanted the game to look like and feel like. They did some VO, they did some audio, and it's just a... Ooh. All right, Grumpy. This was something I mentioned just in case Stooge Strays are watching. This rig is too powerful for Elden Ring. Sometimes it does that little hiccup because the engine can't handle what I'm making it do, and that amuses me greatly. Okay, and Evil Geek, I'll keep an eye out. I won't bash any summon buttons until I've asked you. it's such a trap. Oh, it's traps all round. Alright, let's see if we can find another bonfire. Oh, yeah! Here we go. So there's... Be summoned to the Horn Scent. Be summoned to assist Needle Knight Leader. So which of those we want to do? And Baron, what unwelcome friend, how you doing? Well, in the battle of the anime bullshit, he who jumps higher wins, I guess. Dude nearly wrecked my fucking day. Because Needle Knight Leader, or whatever name is, does seem like a little bit of a fucking fanatic. But... like, she's still all about Mikola, even after getting mind-controlled by him, but, you know, alright. Wouldn't be the first questionable crush we've discussed here on the Longship. Oh! First day back at work? Oh, I cannot wait for you to tell me all about your holiday, friend. We will have to organise hangs. Though, I'm on a quasi-enforced booze break at the moment. I had an accidental whoops shit-faced, when was it, Sunday, and it was bad. So I am off the booze for a few more days at very least. So yeah, Evil Geek, here is Kill or Cure. What are we going for? So Leader is the true believer, and what about Horny Hornface? Sorry, I got my anticipated email that says, your Nintendo year in review is ready to go. I'm like, oh, Nintendo, you know I played one game. There's no review of that. And Caffeine, Watto, and welcome. I like... MD8 stands by the revenge seeker over the Inquisitor, but he was mean to me, and Leader has been very nice. So Hornsent wants vengeance on Mesmer before he returns to Mikola. Whereas Leader wants to kill him in case he tries to kill Mikola. Right? Sorry, this is the downside about not... the downside about not going lore heavy before we get properly into it is that I don't know. I should have researched this better. I'm sorry. Apology if it feels like I'm 1,000 yards staring. My brain cannot stop screaming, Stephen Flo! And I'm trying not to sing it every 2 seconds. Oh. Yeah, Caffeine, I need to put some cash aside and get actual good boots rather than these ones that evaporate every 4 months. I am literally living, you know, the theory of... I'm literally living the theory of boots. Being poor is very expensive. I'm literally living that. Like, yeah, what I should do is spend like 150, 200 bucks and buy the kind of boots that will last me the rest of my life. But instead, I spend like 35 bucks every 4 months. So Hornsense people got genocided by Mesmer. Fucking Mesmer. Fucking guy. Did we fight Mesmer already? I don't think we did. Because Maug, or whatever his name is, Blood Morg, he was the one that decided, no, I'm not going I'm not going to go live in the sewers. I'm going to start my own religion. We have not fought Mesmer. Also, leader wants to kill the Hornsent for the concept of him doing something in the future, which I'm never for. Yeah. That's a good point. The Hornsent hasn't done anything wrong, and leader wants to kill him because he might sort of maybe do something we don't know. And if that were legal, I'd be in serious trouble. Yeah, see, Baron, and that's a smart play. Like, they at least, even having the kind of boots where you can have the soles replaced, these things are held together with, like, glue, cardboard, and a prayer. Kestrel said the Hornsent definitely did something wrong. What did he do? Kestrel dobbing in the Hornsent. Did they do a bad? God. Baron, I have been so all over the place today. I read that as they were made of former dock workers. I'm like, you have people's shoes! I don't think you should be telling me that! You can be arrested for future crimes. I saw a documentary called Minority Report. Fuck. But, so Wolf, so the theory of boots is an economic sinkhole that doesn't come from, like, sensible spending. It's one of the unfortunate realities, right? Like, you lot keep me alive. You throw bits, you throw donations, people have gifted me kit and things that have kept me going. I'm insanely grateful for that, right? I am not as abjectively poor as I could be, that's thanks to you, but I am not an affluent individual. And so $250 is a large amount of money for me. If I suddenly pulled it out the air, I wouldn't be able to just invest it in shoes because it needs to go on guinea pigs and bills and keeping this thing going, right? So what I have to do is I have to buy shoes that are within my bracket, but those shoes don't last very long. If I was affluent, I'd be able to buy the best shoes that would last for 20 years. Like, maybe get them, like, fixed once in a while, but... Oh, MDH says you'd be betraying Lion Grandma's scorpion soup bonding by killing him like this. I mean, let's be honest, I'm not going to help the Inquisition. I think we're on a good path. Did I give him some scorpion soup? Or did we fall out before then? You know, we did give him scorpion soup, right? I'm not going mental. No, I don't think we did. But he can have some after. Don't worry, I'm helping him. So yeah. So Wolf, I understand what you're saying. Like, you're right. What I should do is save up, hit something in the middle ground that won't be like a year, like a months in, month out thing. But it's having the affluence to be able to save alongside everything else. It comes from Terry Pratchett's, I think it's from Guards. I think. Okay. Let's go help the Hornsent. Because being summoned means it recharges our pots as well.
Worthy Viking, I will dispose of you before your thirst for revenge beckons you to me.
nature of your kind will always show itself. Not with my weakness.
Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo.
You have bested me. A single betrayal. Enough to turn the tides.
Two guys hanging out on the battlements because then.
Do not interfere. This is my revenge.
Buddy, I just saved your ass. You could be like that guy and have no shoes at all. Swift slash. Ooh, a leader's rune. No, Aeon, no one needs that supercar. No one needs that. Okay. Now, I think it's respawned most of the little villains, but if I can get down there, I don't think we're too... Oh, unless we need to go that way. Who's that gangle fuck? I know, I use such lovely language when we're playing this. If I meet Mesmer, summon Hornset. It's important to him. Right, we'll remember. We've chosen our side now. Oh, I know. I can just do... Madness Beam! Ha! Making my mental health literally his problem. Madness Beam! Madness Beam! I just killed that guy with my trauma. I love this game. Beam! When did I turn into a fucking railgun? Oh, okay. This is, I think, the doorway into the hippo fight room. Okay. So sorry, friends. What were we talking about before the duel and all that nonsense? I assume I want to keep leader's rune. Leader's rune. Ah. Jammy bastard. I'm trying not to sing it anymore because, Aeon, now you mentioned it, I'm like, must not sing Stephen Flo. Who the fuck are you? You know what? Why wait for trouble when you can start it? Okay, firstly, ow. Secondly, how's that rot working for you? Can honestly just wait until the clap kills him. Bah! This is funnier. Beamer! I love this game. I love this game so fucking much. It's really fancy armor. Maybe. Numbers is like, did you just call that the clap? Maybe. Exact. Kestrel, rotted from the inside out, taking a mental health blow to the face. Oh. Hey, so what the fuck? As much as I would wish to believe that individual has come here to give us cool freebies, I unfortunately think that is a bot. Thank you for slaying Nova. You know me, I want to believe in the best of peeps, but I don't think so. Hey, so welcome back to Bloodborne. What the fuck? What the fuck? Whose horse is this? Caffeine, they can... It's like MGS. They can tell when you're looking away. Oh, fuck off, mate. Oh, you appear to have disturbed me while I'm reading my tablets. Didn't expect a hiding place. Huh. Am I supposed to be here? God, if you think your reading habit's bad, friends, at least you don't have to read on actual stone tablets. They thought they were safe. They were wrong. From downtown. God. Hey, friends, do you want to go to the Tablet and Bone Bar? They have the best unsorted rib cages in the local area. Oh, yeah, no, Ishkar. The librarians in this place, strong. Amber and Mesmer. Okay, there's Weird Horse. Okay. Well, I guess they solved the whole, like, what do you do if you're a fire mage, but you also work in a library? Well, you don't use paper for starters. What's up, Grandpa? Oh, Jesus! I know he's a ghost, but he just took the full force of that sword right in the chin. Whew! See, now I want to know what the deal is between the Munchkins and whatever this weirdo library for sickos is, you know? Oh, actually, that reminds me. Am I still... No. I thought I'd equipped the anti-fire talisman and I hadn't taken it off. Because I was under the impression that these little guys were like hunters, right? They're the shallow militiamen. Alright, I'm really going to need to start doing some more lore deep dives. The horse is weird, though. We're in agreement, right? Like, this is a weird fucking horse. And there is, like, another weird horse. There's pieces of a giant above us. Verdon's like, I've seen weirder. Fuck. Oh, we had ourselves another Animu off. No more reading fanfiction! We're in the smut section, that's why they're not paying attention to me. Going through my local borders like a lunatic. Barnes and Noble, more like Barnes and Yoble, am I right? I'm sorry, I don't know where I was going with that. That wasn't even a good bit. Uses FP to conjure tiny little fire snakes. Oh, they're so tiny. I have been pondering though, like on this new Elden Ring game we have coming that does in fact have Dark Souls 3's characters in it. Like, what if we really do see some kind of like... Oh, I've got to stop doing that. What if we do see some kind of FromSoft shared universe? FromSoft shared universe. Because honestly, I wouldn't be against it. The question of how canonical it should be or would be is another matter entirely. But like, I was thinking about it, and like, I'd love an excuse to duel Maria again. You're a shit wizard! You're a shit wizard with a cool hat. Shit wizard! Sorry. In case it wasn't obvious, I'm enjoying myself. Make my own studio called FromSoft. Make it the best in software. Be like calling Twitter. It's calling Blue Sky from Twitter. God, I'm still embarrassed as to how late it was in life that I found out that they're called FromSoft because they used to be an office software company and they quit doing that to make video games. They literally came from software. First game, Outer Worlds 3. Half-Life 4. Okay, I get the feeling that these pyromancers could probably ruin my fucking day if I give them the chance to. So I'm just not going to give them a chance. Fire Knight Gauntlets. Ooh, slender. Research. So to speak sage ahead. Okay. Oh, it sounded like someone was doing some wild shit behind me. Fuck! Boop. That's a lot of souls on the line. And Aeon, I believe I've seen that documentary. It's the no-clip one, right? Oh, you're right. The death counter is not visible. I've been adding to it. If you wanted to know how much of a mess I've been today, there we go. Only 1,468! Well, so Aeon, when it comes to doing watch parties with stuff like that, I wouldn't say the legalities, but the... Alright, don't fuck up. What you are and aren't supposed to stream is very specific. So, like when we did Indie Game the Movie and stuff like that, we did that in Discord off stream. And I'm hoping to be able to do more stuff like that. There's a load of stuff I'd love to share with you. Same as when we did the worst movie about game dev. And the thing is, you could make an intellectual argument for whether or not what you're doing is actually transformative, but ultimately, you know, no clip is an operation that is funded purely... Fuck. There we go. Got to be careful because there's a whole level's worth of souls on the line. So yeah. But no, so TLDR, yes. That particular documentary is very good. And between them and People Make Games, they do incredible work. Ow! Fucking wizards! Fucking wizard man! If that's a sphere of internetery you haven't come across, the other one of theirs that I think is a must-watch is the Subnautica videos they've done so far. Those are phenomenal. Documentaries. They were also the ones that did the... hang on a sec. Sorry, I'm a little jumpy because... kind of... Now, is that someone who's going to fight me? Or do I actually want to talk to him? He looks like I want to talk to him. Yeah, Aeon, so the no-clip documentary on Subnautica and Subnautica 2 and Below Zero and stuff like that, fucking brilliant. Give it a watch, you will have a great time. It will make you love that game more.
Righteous tarnished.
Okay.
It's been some time.
Hey, old bastard.
After unburdening my soul to you, I had hoped to make a fresh start.
No one ever does
I
me.
thought I could not dislodge from my mind.
Go on.
So, here I am. Quite unable to move on. After Lord Moke's slaying at his dynastic palace, it appears his body has been absconded with and taken straight to kind Mikola. Surely you recall that I once served Lord Moog as a pureblood knight, after failing him in every regard and losing sight of the
Man, I bet you sure don't like the guy who killed Moag. Oh, I'd sure hope you'll,
What could they possibly have in mind for Lord Moog's remains? The implications are rather unnerving. What could they possibly... The implications...
Zombie Moog. We're going zombie Moog. But yeah, the documentary goes into really, really good detail about, you know, Subnautica's intentions and why it came to be from a team that, you know, rose to success making, you know, shooty gunbang RTS. Which way did I need to go? This way? Probably. You know, I was a big fan of Natural Selection and Natural Selection 2, so... that their now most successful work is one that actively discourages users from using guns. I think that's rad as fuck. Okay, we don't need to fight too many of these fuckers. In fact, let me get my souls back first, and then we'll see how we feel about Moita. Oh. Madness! Beam! Ha! My fire's better. Okay. Aeon, have a lovely rest of your evening. To be continued. Now, how do I get onto that horse? That is a weird horse. Parkour? Parkour? Parkour. Parkour, parkour! Only parkour if you say it. So what did you do at work today? Oh, I climbed up the back of a horrifying horned beast. It was dead, don't worry about it. Revered Spirit Ash. Make my puppy stronger. Okay, so before we got onto no-clip documentaries and transformative works and whatnot, what in the ruddy hell are we talking about? Because it has absolutely dropped out of my head. I kill wizards. Oh, I think it was predominantly the discussion around me not repeatedly singing Stephen Flow. I think that was it. Ooh, Fire Knight armor. Hang on, let's just quickly see how it looks. Just have a quick look. Fire Knight armor. Oh, is it a little too heavy for me? Yeah, it puts me in the heavy load. Right, but how would it look? Oh, so fancy. I think it looks terrible on me. I really do. Alright, back to me old dog blanket. I can't help it. Look, it's awesome, it's cozy, it's comfy. I know what I'm about. Yeah, a curtain with a snatched waist, Kestrel. IKEA's sluttiest Christmas wear. Oh, don't you get stressy with me now. Honestly, they could have had me there. They just fell over the tables. Ah, virals, that's fucking good. So virals were saying the amount of references they have in their achievements that they didn't come up with. A great example was a boss named Pearl who has an achievement called Uneven Flow. Small. Good, small. Small, good. Good, small. Sorry. That's a reference that doesn't even make sense. Kestrel, you know I can't promise you that. Kestrel said, don't you ever put IKEA and slutty like that ever again. You know I can't make that promise. And the thing is, I'm not even the worst. Others have done far worse than I. That sword looks gorgeous, though. Oh, that was a smithing stone. Boo. Boo. That was a fucking cool sword. Like, Kestrel, people have made some interesting garments from the IKEA bags that you can get. I didn't come up with that. I didn't make that. Like, I'm... Oh, it's fucking... Kestrel, just because... Oh, hang on, let me deal with these wizards. It was never a question of why. It was a question of if. It was never about, should we make IKEA kinkwear? Can we? And you know what they did? They did. Oh, hang on. Okay. Now listen here, Munchkins. No! Fuck! Okay, so there's a lot of souls on the line now. I got Munch killed. So Varials was saying, for the Steven Universe enjoyers, Pearl's other achievement is Strong the Real Way. I would have probably gone for some, you know, for a reference to It's Over, Isn't It? Or... you know what? That's not safe for Twitch, that following comment. It was a positive one. In reference to Pearl's last crush. Alright, I'm going to take the lift up to see where the lift takes me to. And hope it's higher and I don't have to fight my way all the way up. Because... fuck. I didn't want down! Down is bad! Wait, no, I've been here. I've been here. I recognise this place. Fuck me, this isn't a trap. Be wary of left. You aren't Alexander. You're just a bad wet pot. You're a bad pot. You know it. Oh, okay. So virals, I'm glad I'm not the only one who went down that path, but if it has to tie into the conditions, then so be it. So rather than finding a quick way to get upstairs, I've just found a worse place to be. Oh, good. Oh, good, it's Crockery Land. Thanks, I hate it. I hate Crockery Land. I hate it here. It's fine, there's only like 350k souls on the line. Nope, you know what? Fuck you, Linda. Oh, but goodies. Alright. Flame Breather! Caffeine just posted Link suddenly starts breathing heavily. He's fucking trained for that shit. Dude is a surface-to-air, like, anti-crockery twink. Like, if you absolutely positively need every piece of crockery fuckered, there is one Hyrulean twink that you call. It ain't Tingle. Okay. Sun-warm stone. Lovely. Okay, but I need to head back the way I came because that's just a room full of pots and I'm dicing with fucking death here. I keep getting lost in really good conversation with you all, or trying to remember the really good conversation with you all, then fucking dying. Those munchkins were not a hard fight. They didn't even properly ambush me. I was just pissing about. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, it's alright. Gonna go back to the bonfire, take a beat. I'm gonna do this. I might just use a rune arc now. You know what? Why not? Why not use a rune arc? Why not be beastly OP? Yeah. It's interesting, Virals, because like since the conversation we've had, obviously it's that serendipitous thing, right? There isn't currently an anti-achievements movement in the video games industry, but it's interesting because there are a lot of friends and dev friends I have that hate achievements, and I find it fascinating because I like them, but I like utilizing them in very interesting ways. You fucking love them, and that's great. With the devs that really, really hate them, it's interesting to listen to their thoughts and their feelings on this. Legend says they dislike boring achievements, and I think that's fine. I've never done a grinding achievement and afterwards thought, oh boy, I sure am glad I did that. You know what I mean? Weirdly, the one that stays in my head the most was Shadow Complex, the early like shooty gun bang Metroidvania. And that one had like a do 50 headshots achievement and stuff like that. But then after you did the achievement, then you could keep going for the... after that, you could keep going and you could be on like, kind of like the leaderboards. And that was fun. Like me and my buddy Andy, we got into kind of like a pissing contest about like, you know, who could do the Chivo the most. Yeah, Legend, give me chapter markers or like big milestones. And yeah, things like the gnome achievement, like things that give me a reason to play the game in a new and fun way. You know, the Noam Chomsky achievement for Left 4 Dead 2 is probably one of my favorite achievements that I've ever done. You know, that level has one of the best finale set pieces in any of the Left 4 Dead chapters, like arguably. You know, you've got it, what is it, the Midnight Riders or whatever they're called. Their whole set, all the fireworks, the pyrotechnics, the helicopter coming in, like, what a fucking journey that whole thing is. And that whilst also trying to keep a gnome alive. Like, let's fucking go. So Varials was saying for not only do they love them, but they also work into the personality, inspiration, and lore of each boss, and challenge them to do that with like a matching reference. That's fucking cool, and it works. Yeah.
What could they possibly? The implications are rather.
Ultrazingy was just adding that challenges, progressions, first-time performances are achievements. Do not make me grind an achievement for 1,500 of something. I see, and this is also part of my design philosophy. So, like, I do not think that any of those collect 100 or collect 50 feathers should be, like, they shouldn't be in-game goals, let alone achievements, right? But something that gets you to visit every area, well, that's a different matter entirely. Because you want people to explore your whole ass map. You've got cool shit, they're gonna love it. You don't want to miss stuff. But when you switch the perspective from visit everywhere to collect all of these things, even though it will make the user visit the place, that's where I'm like, nah, fuck off. No, fuck all the way off. Because no one's having a good time. No one's enjoying that. No one's gonna fucking thank you for it. Yeah, no offense, but you're getting the stinky breath treatment. Viral says, people are sending me their Steam replays with like 300 plus Void Range achievements. Nice. That's heckin' cool. Sorry, I'm jumping at books here. I'm not going to get fucking jobbed by one of these wizards. Not even with a spell, just whacks me in the back of the head with a stick. Okay. Not far off. Yeah, and also using a rune arc at this stage was absolutely wasteful, but I ain't losing this. And yes, I will fumigate these munchkins. There we go. Oopah. That sounds bad. A dueling shield. Ooh, fucking fancy. So Legend was adding things like Final Fantasy super bosses. Those were achievements before they were a thing. I guess so. Like, when we say achievements, we mean, like, almost like a UI-enforced system, but it is things that titles have played with in the past to make, you know... One of the ones I always like discussing is how the early Final Fantasies had, like, if your timer went over 99 hours, it would change color. Like a little UI signifier that you have played over 100 hours. You know, how our games react to the things we do, and don't make me climb the big feet. Don't make me climb the try fingers behold. Kakazi says, I enjoy jumping off tall spires into a hay bale, but not when you make me do it 10 times per area to check a box. Curse ye bales! Fuck. You know, when I thought when I killed Bale, I'd be free of him. Oh. That was naive of me. How did that guy have a lump of flesh? He's a ghost. Not actually. No, no, no! No! There is almost 500,000 souls on the line now. This just keeps getting spicier. Why is this like the fucking Tower of Gamble? Fucking hell. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. Well, no, we're not taking a full-on break. I'm gonna get a can of water. I'm gonna hydrate. I'm definitely caffeinated enough, that's for fucking sure. Alright. So hold that thought, friends. Stephen Flow, Stephen Flow. Oh yeah, Stephen Flow. And he chases them nuggets. Alright, you babies have gone through your hay. Oh, I know. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. Hoppa choppa 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 chop. There we go. You can have a bit of hay. There we go, babies. There we go. I really have to do their cage later. Happy babies. Okay. But yeah, back on the Cheapos conversation. It's interesting because I don't think I've got anything to add to the conversation we didn't talk about better on Friday, but I do think that they are a complementary system. That they're a great way for a user to know how much game there is. The problem is that the expectation of achievements makes things like, say, Street Fighter, for example, very difficult. I can't afford to use another rune arc. So, like, if you're making a game like Street Fighter 6, where do you put your achievements? Because the game is about fighting people online. But you don't want to do things based on rank. No one will thank you for that. And you don't want to do things based on... Oh, way cool. So, Phyllis, what's the game? Oh, and before you ask, yes, I am going to be playing insanely cautiously. Oh. I gotta stop playing fast and loose with this nonsense. Okay. Take a breath. An Evil Geek, I love the big libraries. Of all the tropes in Soulsian stuff, this also might be one of my favourites. But that was the scene of one of our bestest evenings. Virals are saying that Overwatch achievements are the worst. Basically become extremely lucky or become a god in every single character. Yeah, fuck that noise. Because the thing is, it's the difference between what the dev team think is a full playthrough and what the users actually play. Do you know what I mean? So, like, the devs consider all of the characters to be Overwatch, right? Because the amount of time and effort that goes into creating each character in a kind of like a hero shooter. Users have heroes they like that they play in that game. But it's not about playing through every single character. That's not what a user would consider a playthrough. You find a character that you enjoy, maybe two if you're spicy, and you get good. Like, that's how you experience that title. Sorry, I just got completely turned around. I chug some more water. So if you set your achievements to be, you know, like, become ranked with every character, fuck that. The Halo multiplayer achievements, I think, are another one. Like, some of them are silly and fun, but most of them... forget what Halo Reach's Chivos were. I remember them being slightly better. But in fairness, I did play a lot more of Reach. So get a quadruple kill would have been fine. Get a quadruple kill with a specific move as 10 different characters? Fuck that. Oh, you meant for Overwatch. Yeah, no. Fuck that wholesale. But it speaks to volumes of, like, what a user considers to be completely playing something like Overwatch is vastly different. And yeah, so Kakazi, and I guess I'd be interested to know if anyone else does that. When you feel you have done a playthrough of the game and you like it, do you also look at the achievements list to see whether it's obtainable to do a full, like, playthrough? Because I fucking do. Oh, right over the edge. Let's go. Ah. I got the Fire Knight sword. That sword is so fucking cool. Okay, now we've got to gas the Munchkins. Probably could have phrased that better. Yeah. Well, and so Kakazi, I'm kind of saying the addition of new cool fun. So if I love a game, I'm looking for a reason to want to play it more, right? I want the achievements to give me a reason, but I'm not going to struggle through, you know, ranked PvP and impossible flavors of nonsense. Now, you know, here's the thing, friends. I could now equip the twig. You know, the one that means that if I die, I don't lose my souls. I could do that. But you know what that would be? Fucking cowardice. Welcome to Spicy Tower! It's all or nothing, baby! All or nothing. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Oh, Stephen Flo. Whoopah! Stephen Flo. Stephen Flo. Oh, yeah. Get fucked! That was for your infinitely spinny bullshit. And just to bring you up to speed, that souls counter is 588,000. That is close to 2 levels for us now, and a whole ass character for regular people. Now we're going to climb the Feelies. Kakashi says, the last game they 100%ed was Final Fantasy Remake or Rebirth, but yeah, because it was honestly fun to play the harder achievements like solving combat puzzles. That's cool. The last one that I actually said, I'm doing this, was probably Mad Mullet Jack. Because it was so fun. Ha! Clapped his booty. I'm on the booty! Jesus, my guy looks more haggard than usual. Orzine says, for them it was Dreams in the Witch House. Interesting. Now, did we go up the arms? Don't think we go up the arms. Oh, we definitely go this way. Oh, fucking hell. Of all the times for the engine to be like, hang on. Hang on. Okay, so this cross. Carved words coalesce. I abandon here my arm dextral. Alright. And a storehouse cross message. Ooh, let's have a look. A message left by Sir Ansabak, addressed to the kindred spirits who also pursue Miquella's trail. It would seem that the people of the keep have flooded the holy quarter that leads towards the Scald Tree, barring access. However, there is no route that leads there from this storehouse. Perhaps there is another way to reach the holy quarter from somewhere else in this keep. Oh. And look at this fancy fucking sword. Oh, it's the short sword though, not the long one. Still kind of rad. Still kind of rad. A thrusting shield, or combined weapon with a shield, that enables the wielder to attack and guard simultaneously. Huh, rad. Ooh, so the Fire Knight. Each and every knight hailed from a renowned family of the Erd Tree's upper echelons, but were shunned and chased from their homes after pledging allegiance to Mesmer as their master. Ooh, so not only are they wankers, they're fancy wankers. No, Orzine, that sounds fucking cool. I will need to check my Steam to make sure that whether or not I do actually know it or not, because I might just be having a fucking brain fart, but that sounds heckin' cool. However, this does mean that we now have enough to level twice! Yes! It's so tempting. It's so tempting to level strength more, but it's at 69. Anything else is excessive. Okay. There we go. The only reason I put in Dex was just because it was an odd number. I wanted to level it out. Ah, but Faith... So Arcane is where we do our damage. No, Varials. It is the soft cap, no matter what anyone says. Oh, it also has randomized elements. Hang on, let me spend these runes while we're here. And you said it was Dreams in the Witch House. Yes. Okay, so Dreams in the Witch House is wish listed. Well, that sounds cool as shit. And we do have the Steam Winter Sale coming up very, very soon. So... So I'll be able to go a little more ham. Now, is it me, or is it trying to say if we climb that hand and jump over there, we can explore the rest of this rather than going up here? Are we about to do some bullshit parkour nonsense? Or are we doing some outdoor playtime? Fucking hell! I saw the shadow literally before it jumped me. Fucking hell. What the Resident Evil wanking shit is that? FromSoft gave you a jump button for a reason. You know what? That's fair. Considering what they made us do without one. Liar ahead. Clearing out. Try rushing in. Yeah, you know what? Fuck that. Fuck that noise. Fuck that noise. Rattlebones, what and welcome. Actually, since we got these in the underground, these have been my go-to headwear because I hadn't been wearing anything, like, visually. Just because, I don't know. Because I like the style of my character and I wasn't going to cover up these beautiful ginger locks. And then I came across this and I'm like, you know what? The amount of magic it takes up, very minimal. Alright, I'm going to try and do something really fucking stupid here. Oh, no! I got him! I got him! Was that my smartest move? No. Was it fun? Very yes. Okay, how the fuck are we supposed to get around this? Yeah, Evil Geek, you asked me to create my own, you know, cool, murdery, Soulsian character, and you want me to wear a helmet and cover it up? Nuh-uh. Hey, old man, remember when I killed you last time? Wasn't that funny? Okay. So it turns out this is actually a place we've been to. I just have to work out how we're going to get inside this. Okay, that's how we get it done. Okay, so we can't open this up. It would be far too easy if there was a... Well, hang on. We shall climb the wisdom. We shall climb the Tower of Wisdom. No, never mind. You guys didn't do anything wrong per se, but you're just here to take my frustrations out on. Oh, you're right, I almost forgot the counter. Thank you, Evil Geek. I guess I wasn't. I hadn't considered my own hilarity to be death-worthy. But yeah. It's very easy to sit here and say that one must consider all facets of a video game. Right, like, I fear out of all the things that we have discussed, you know, it's incredibly easy to say it and not have to actually fucking do it, right? You know this, I know this. You know, considering achievements to be part of the game. Considering your music to not be a throwaway thing. Making marketing something that you don't just do at the last point. But in the same breath, we're kind of getting to the point now where the expectation from users is unnaturally high. And unfortunately, users don't care. Users don't care that you're tired. Users don't care that, you know, this was all you could do. You know, they're always going to encounter your game without you. You won't be there standing over them like it's a convention, telling them all the cool shit that you hid in and all the extra hidden details. And, oh, well, I wanted to put this thing this place. Like, that's just not a thing that happens. I wish it was. I don't know how many users would still buy video games, but that's not the point. Want your sword? And that's one of these times when, unfortunately, like, the reality of creating games and what I believe emotionally don't line up. You shouldn't kill yourself to make your art. You shouldn't, you know, absolutely destroy your, you know, sleep schedule and your life to finish your video game. You should have a healthy work-life balance. But in the same breath, there's a quality and an expectation that you need to hit if you want your game to stand out now. I feel like the only comparison that I can bring with, you know, the company that we have is like, you know, Virals, if you started making The Void Rains on Her Heart 2, you know, rain harder with a vengeance or what have you, the people who have played and loved your first game are going to have an expectation of what goes in it. You know this, I know this. And that expectation isn't necessarily going to be fair. Fuck. Bah! I was impaled! It's been an interesting thing. Last night I went through a lot of the emails and the... Where are my souls? I went through a lot of the, you know, press emails and stuff that I've... Oh, that was a death. That I haven't gotten to, you know, people sending me codes for, like, the titles that they want supported or, you know, games they have coming out. And... you know, I'm not saying this to be a dick, it's just not all of those games meet the quality threshold that has become established by being in this golden age, right? Like, if someone sends me information about, say, a, you know, a deck building roguelike, you know, the expected quality threshold is extremely high. even though they have press and PR pushing out for it, like, you know, you can't turn around and say, hey, yo, this game's not ready. Like, no one wants that. And, you know, I don't have that kind of relationship with a lot of these PR companies. But it's true. Like, no matter how altruistic I may wish to be, you know... Okay, this is going to get really fucking highbrow here. It's the library. Blame the fucking library. That's it. Okay. So, in my heart of hearts, in my soul, I wish for all indie games to sell silly amounts of copies, right? Like, that's my idealistic, if unrealistic, dream. I would love to have that power to just wave my hand over a game and it sell 100,000 copies. However, that would require the Longship to be something it isn't. We are what we are. We are 50 people who hang out and talk video games and watch video games. You know, we're closer to a guild, but we're not around one game. We are a community in the truest sense. We're not Mr. Wanky Beast or whatever his fucking name is, right? We're us. We're the Longship. Okay. So we focus on interesting and strange and fascinating and enrapturing indie games. We also play big shit like this. But because we spend a lot of time on the bleeding edge of video games, we have to choose what we spend our time on. And unfortunately, you know, mediocrity isn't something that we can do. If we can, like, if we played 5 different games a week, like Monday through Saturday, that still means there are only 5 games that we can cover per week. Maybe we could do 2 a day, but on the days where I've done 2 different games, unless the second game is a party game or something we do together, that's not something that people seem to enjoy, you know? While it's not about number go up, if I make a choice as a streamer and we go from 50 people to 10, it's pretty safe to say that what I have done is not something that people enjoy, and that's okay. So when people come to me with these games which I emotionally wish to support, but the game isn't good enough, I can't bring that to you all, right? It's not going to help the game, because you're going to look at it and go, well, this is a bit shite. And if I can't show you why it shines, then I failed. So, like, the titles that sit in that, like, well of mediocrity are so hard to cover. And it's the thing that hasn't really been discussed. Like, everybody talks about discoverability. Everybody talks about, you know, the difficulty of being seen in the gaming space. But, you know, we haven't discussed, you know, abandon safe all ye who enter. That you can put the best PR campaign behind mediocrity and have very little come from it. Now, this is unfortunately countered as a theory due to the fact that certain IPs are so monstrously massive that they will continue regardless of how mediocre or terrible they might be. In fact, those titles have to reach a level of out-and-out bad before their user base will abandon them. I'm looking at you, COD. But if we're talking about new games, it's got to do something. It's got to be something, right? Now, the good news around this is that this is one of the things that will absolutely cripple shitty generative AI games, because generative AI can only ever be mediocre to bad. The reason being is it's always... Where's that fucking bat? It's always remixing someone else's works, right? God, I had to listen for it because the sun's not out. So I couldn't see where the fucking bat was. And because it's always remixing other people's work, it's always a step down from an original creation. Yeah, Nova, we are 50 people in a bag of crisps. And so yeah, virals, it can almost make a bad version of something else. It can make a very mid reapproximation of something that already exists. My friend explained it to me in like a sciencey art way, in that if you look at Corridor Digital's Rock, Paper, Scissors, the anime, which is dog shit, by the way, and fuck them for making it. And fuck them for selling courses on how to make it. But they had to take Vampire Hunter D and Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, incredible, stunning works of hand-drawn animation. They had to run that through a computer to produce a slightly fucking shit-looking animation that was basically like hyper-rotoscoped. Like, the amount of time that went into it was significantly less, and what they got was significantly worse. Ultimately, I can tell you what it cost them, which was their fucking reputation. That's another story. Generative art in games is always a pull-down facsimile of something else. It's clip art with more variations. And the problem is that when you combine generative slop and you combine like the band of mediocrity, games that don't say anything or don't do anything to stand out from their peers, like, you start hitting this strange vein of just whang. Like, you would be amazed how much stuff I go through on Keymailer that is neither good nor bad. It's just chronically mid. The amount of Vampire Survivors clones that come across my feed that aren't bad, you know, they aren't generative AI, but they're just, there's nothing else to them. Anyway, I honestly forgot what got me on this topic now. I got talking about the actual business of stuff. And I know I got kind of arty-farty. It was just... Oh, I guess the thing I wanted to add is that, you know, no matter how altruistic I choose to be, you know, the Longship is a collaborative thing, right? I can't exist without you lot. You know, you lot can exist without me, but... Okay, in the sense that I am able to stream every day and maintain our little corner of the internet because you lot are here. And in exchange, I provide you with interesting banter, with games to watch, with cool fucking rad indie games and shit, or industry knowledge. Like, that's the compact, that's the deal, right? So if I start bringing you just mediocrity, like, you'd be well within your rights to be like, nah, fuck this. Because, like, you can learn from bad. It's hard to learn from mid. Does that make a weird sense? Guineas, what do you think? Okay, ow. See if I can lure it down some more. Don't seem too fast. Come on. Cool. My madness beam has it ranged. Oh. One more for good luck. Darn it. Got an idea. There we go. Just got to cross that threshold. So yeah. Look, I don't know how accurate my theory of the Age of Authenticity is. I need to talk it through with some more industry folks that isn't just us, because I like it and I want it to be true, which means that as a theory, or as a business theory, it's potentially flawed. But I do think that there is something to be said for the Age of Authenticity. I do think that between a lot of very, very mediocre properties and the influx and the influx of generative AI schlop has kind of created this thing where people are looking for something that's authentic. You know, you can't... That's a lot of bloodstains, my guy. Be wary of liar. Alright, eyes and ears open. Visions of sniping spot. Oh, yeah. Alright, well, there's the flapping. Oh, fuck! Double kill! Yo, does Arcane make my madness better? Because if so, that's very funny. Arcane's making me more crazy. Aha! This is where we're aiming to go. Oh, okay, sorry, if I haven't explained... so I have a theory. And, again, I need to talk this through with more industry people. I wouldn't want anyone betting the farm on this, alright? So don't take this as business advice. This is just a theory. I think we are coming into what's called the Age of Authenticity, right? That users have been so inundated with schlop from so many different places that they will become drastically wary of anything that even begins to smell like a trap, you know? Ooh, a secret right scroll. Hang on, let me finish my thought and then we'll check on the ancient secrets of yore. Sorry, Holy Bus heard Arcane the show, not the stat. The show, not the stat! The show, not the stat! Like the lamp, not the rat! Okay, so, the Age of Authenticity. Once we reach this critical mass where people can't trust what they're seeing, the quality of games just randomly handpicked overall has gone down. Meaning that users will trust two things. Like, they will trust recommendations and established IPs. And the recommendations will only be able to surface either through, like, industry friendos and recommendations, or by doing something weird and fascinating and interesting, right? You know, people will look for the... not just the Undertales, but also those, like, Tommy Wiseau style, you know, glorious disasters. Oh, Rebels, that one was a first time every time. Fortunately, Paul... Oh. Sorry, I thought you were dead. The bat was flapping weird. I thought I already killed them. Yeah, no, Golden Hippo was a first time every time. And so, what this means is that... And again, please don't take this as business strategy right now. But, in theory, creating a game that looks fucking weird and a bit janky but authentic will be far more successful than art that seems a lot more polished, and anything that seems to share a visual style with that AI-generated schlop, right? Now, this comes from a few different places. Like, we've seen things like Cruelty Squad and Dungeons of Blood and Dream do really well, and they are punky, zine, sketchy, almost programmer art, right? The other is that as generative stuff becomes more prolific, it feels like people are more on guard. You know, the part of your brain that keeps an eye out for the uncanny valley is now far more active than it's been in the past, right? It's so weird. The wizard's fireball goes round in like a little fucking curve, whereas the pyromancer's, theirs doesn't seek as well. Yeah. Because I've been thinking about this since last night, because I watched the Mega Man short from Secret Level, and it left me feeling really uncomfortable. But it's not bad. It's not. Like, it's... I mean, okay, it's a bit mid. It's clearly... It clearly feels like the pilot to like a Mega Man revival show. Again, totally fine. But there's something about the art style of the faces that is incredibly similar to the kind of shit you get from generative AI, especially generative AI animations. I shouldn't even call them animations because they're not, they're hallucinations, but... And that left me feeling really fucking uncomfortable. Yeah, well, so Virals, with your title, you have a unique art style. You know, you got this kind of like otherworldly gelfling shit going on, right? The game itself is very easily communicated, but it's as deep as a trench, right? What is it? Well, it's a bullet hell roguelike. Oh, okay. Users are far more okay with that, like, roguelike but pitch. So yeah, we're banging out winners right here. I can't stop winning! Oh, so Aeon, I use Gelfling's a good shorthand because it's like something that isn't human per se, but has that kind of like Muppety good guy vibes. Oh fuck! No more spinning for you. I said no more spinning! Fuck! That's what I get for trying to make a decent point. Okay. Let me bring it all into an encapsulation. Okay, so yeah, so I think users become more and more guarded. And it means that things that are weird and different, that stand out in a way that couldn't be corporatized, that couldn't be AI generated, are going to have a much easier time. You know, I think even good games that adhere to that kind of realistic AAA style are going to start struggling. They're not going to be able to establish themselves in the same way. And again, this is all coming from last night's kind of secret level stuff of like, what is it, Exodus Odyssey or whatever it's called, which is an upcoming sci-fi game that even when it was announced, everyone was like, oh, I guess we have Mass Effect at home. And then the secret level episode is incredibly well produced. The ship designs and everything are beautiful, but they're too good. It blends into that style, and weirdly, Mass Effect went so into the like, what if we did like season 1 Star Trek, but clean? What if we did like old pulpy sci-fi and turned that art style up to 11, Patrick Gills talked a lot about this with things like Anthem and larger budget productions that blended into nothing. And I'm not just bringing this up because I love mentioning his video, These Mechs Need Truck Nuts. But it does make me laugh. But, like, Patrick really hit the nail on the fucking head. It is memorable. It does stand out. Wait, no, I thought that was Rebels. I thought that was one of the other team that did the texture and cloth of Elden Ring. Alright. Bastard. Because it does go into a really good bit of how it's not just the textures of it. Okay, it was Simone and Pat. Okay. We need to get Pat back on. Man, we haven't talked to Pat in fucking ages. Okay. Where the fuck was I? Oh yes, Age of Authenticity. So yeah. The problem with like the discussion around the Age of Authenticity is that like one, you want to pick a really strong lead artist. Whether it be concept, whether it be like key art, you've got to have a strong. And by strong I mean that a defined, almost wieldable art style. Do you know what I mean? And that visual language, that visual communication is going to be a huge, huge part of it. Anything involving voice, anything involving music, you want that shit in-house and you want it notable. Like, you don't need to have great VO, but you need to have the kind of VO that makes people either go, huh? Or like, huh? Like, that wizard came from the moon, alright? The more and more I think about Wanted Dead, the more I realise that a great proportion of my fascination with it is how everything is just slightly, I don't want to say slightly off, but everything is slightly wrong for where it is, and how that like how that mismatched VO really makes it feel like a cast of characters. You know, if you hire the Crit Roll team to do VO for your game, they will give you a fucking incredible performance and it will be amazing. And if you can't afford them and you're going below, well, go weird. Alright? You don't want Nolan North doing Nolan North. Those times are gone. You know, you want people to bring the fucking strangeness. You want the one I keep thinking of, because they're not the best voices. They're not necessarily the most incredible one of a kind performances. But the there's a wild gorilla on the loose. God, I always forget the name of the podcast. It's Chuckles the Clown and all that lot. I didn't say gorilla, I said griller. Is it a propane griller or a charcoal griller? That whole swath, that whole team, their voices are so distinct and so all over the place. It's fucking brilliant. And maybe that's one of the reasons why we keep gravitating towards Zalavir's work. That so much of Strange Scaffold's work is, like, unequivocally itself. It is genuine, it is authentic, you know? The scratchy, tripped-out art style of, not I Am Your Beast. Fuck! Come on, brain, don't fail me now. We're making a great point here. Life Eater. Fucking phenomenal. No, not Life is Strange. Life Eater. You know, it's got this real kind of new age Image Comics art style, but then the gameplay itself, you know, you're watching these strange silhouetted figures on a VHS timeline. Like, let's fucking go! And Legend, it's not even bizarre humor. We're already in an age of absurdism, you know. What did Kyle call it? It's a resurgence of neo-Dardism. Now take an art class and get depressed, nerd. Like, absurdist humor is now everywhere, and I fucking love it, by the way. how absurd you choose to go with your game, that is up to you. I don't know how to be funny on purpose, but I do know how to be authentic. And I think that's the real value and the real currency. And it ain't easy to do, right? I often think about the process that went into the creation of Cowboy Bebop. And I know we talk about this a lot, but how all of the different planets in Cowboy Bebop are based around photos of Japan in the 60s and 70s. But then zhuzhed up to make it, you know, in like a life in the stars. That it didn't come from referencing an existing piece of pop culture, but it came from referencing, like, you know, history with its own styles. And that's what gives it that grounded kind of feel. That's really time-consuming to do, right? And friends, may you work on a project where you have the budget to just fuck off to Japan for 2 weeks and take reference photos and use that as the base. All right? But don't make it a war game. Don't get yourself done for spy charges. I'm looking at you, Bohemia Interactive. I don't know. The process about how you come up with your art style and what it ends up looking like is... It's a journey. It's a real fucking journey. And it's going to be important now more than ever, you know? You don't need to be making the metaverse, you know this. You don't need to be making the everything game or the next big live service thing. You need to make something genuine and authentic. You know? I think about Elden Ring a lot and how I don't think they were the first people to try and do, like, Viking Souls. I mean, Virals, you're not wrong. You are the only person I know whose blend of metal enthusiasm and Kirby blends together into a Gelfling-tainted roguelike bullet hell. And the thing is, the value of that authenticity doesn't always translate into sales, but it always translates into value. And, okay, this is the point where Will's going, like, maximum, like, galaxy brain. Okay, I promise I'm going to bring it back on down. Annoyingly, I may have to bring our adventures to a close soon, because I still got to do the guinea pigs and whatnot. But, okay, so, if you create something authentic, doesn't have to be perfect, doesn't have to be great, but if you put a game out there that is not just, what if I do what is already successful again? If you do something that is yours and core, all that value that you put into it, sorry, all that heart, all that energy, the blood, sweat, and the tears, all of that that emotion that's just washed over it, will always create something that has value. It may not sell, but it will do something.
I made a stop at a local cell carrier shop tonight. I remind, unwand.
Well done, Bacon. If you could tell everybody that you're still alive and well, that would be great. And thank you for the 200. I too am unwhammed, but I've been a little bit hermity. Just a little bit hermity. But yeah, just finishing on that last point, creating things with authenticity to them will always have a value. They may not sell immediately well at first, and it can be difficult to create things that are authentic whilst also trying to make games quickly, which is, you know, a good way to iterate. But at some point, those things will be recognized, you know? Now, the question of when it's recognized and in what capacity, who knows? But it's something powerful. It's something that you can return to. So Aeon, the good news is that just being told about it doesn't mean that you lose. It is Last Christmas by Wham, George Michael's band before he went solo. And it's a great song. Whamageddon is not about about Last Christmas being a bad song. The goal is to make it from December 1st to Christmas Day without hearing it. Hey, Rebels, if I can inspire you to get back into your art stuff, then fuck yeah. The great thing about writing is that all of those little creations can come back to coalesce into something more powerful. You know, I'm reminded of, I almost said Chuck Falazak, the gentleman that wrote Fight Club. He did all of these little kind of weird broken short stories that ultimately came together in one of his works that still haunts me to this day. Actually, I think the book's actually called Haunted, isn't it? It is possible to create these wonderful small concepts and roll with them. I was talking with friends over the weekend about I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which was... Oh, what's his fucking name? I want to say Garth Ellis, but I'm probably getting it wrong. Who we've talked about a lot, but like... I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream is a short story. It was just fucking, let's bang it out. And that ended up being Harlan Ellison. Jesus, Evil Geek, thank you. Why did I get... Alright, well, don't worry about it. Brain is soup. But the point being, that was then articulated into a point-and-click adventure, which is an expansion on the original idea. You know? Now we're getting kind of closer into the soup, like into the regular storybook size, but, you know, I read Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep. It's fine. It is too many concepts crammed into a small box. We have Twitter Jesus, we have Wheelo Moods, we have People Who Not People, also a whole bunch of other stuff. Blade Runner cherry-picked some great concepts from it and made something that defined a genre, that defined a vibe and a feeling. You know, banging out some short stories is a fucking great idea. You know? I often think of... In case you haven't noticed, my brain doesn't stop. It's very loud in here. So when I say I've been thinking a lot, it doesn't stop. Oh my god. However, what it does seem to fail to do is recall names at times like this. Our main man of Double Fine. Fuck. Glorious legend, Tim Schafer. Tim Schafer's talked a lot about how he does train of thought writing as part of his creative process. And... fuck yeah. He just... Well, back in the day, he would just sit with a pad and just write. And the exercise is you keep writing and you don't stop. Doesn't matter what you're saying, doesn't matter what you're putting down on paper, you just keep writing. And it's amazing how many things from those notebooks ended up forming the basis of later games and cool shit like that. So, yeah, I hope this is inspirational. It's harder to do that with games, but with, you know, with concepts and worlds and ideas, fuck yeah. Ah. Oh. So yeah. The problem is, friends, that with my whole thing about the age of authenticity is that it really is a shamanistic theory. It's hard to point to a scientific example of this, right? Because we have seen games that succeed in a wholly commercial way that don't have any authenticity to them. You know, corporate idea atop corporate idea. Fucking, what's Amazon's wanky one? Oh, yeah, I know, that narrows it down. Oh, come on, Steam. Don't even pretend like you're not trying to sell this shit to me every day. Not New World, it's their other one. Exactly, it's their other one. That one's been doing fine. You know, the first Descendant has done well. It's not good, but it's done well. And that whole thing is just like, as much as they could wholesale take from everything else, it lacks any and all personality. But it's done successful. But then in the same breath, we've also seen unique and creative art styles shine in the face of mediocrity. So, like, this is the problem, you know? I can't give you more than a shamanistic reading. And right now, friends, beware people with large audiences who tell you how to run your video game, myself included. You know? You should not be using just me as a source for, like, industry wisdom, because I've seen some dog shit takes. Over the last, like, 3-4 days, more so than consulting, I've spent my time counteracting just dumb, stupid, bad advice being given out very loudly. And it drives me up the wall, you know? One person said with authority about, like, the methodology of Alien Isolation, why its development was so powerful and brilliant. And it wasn't that I didn't like the person, it's just they were fucking wrong. They were wrong. I had to reach through blue sky and throw a fucking shoe at them. If I counteracted every person directly who was wrong on the internet, then I would just die. So yeah. Ever since lockdown, a lot of devs kind of found their voice, and that's really cool. But not all of them understand the business of, even ones who are successful. And it's hard, you know? You gotta have a certain level of humility to understand why your works are successful, like commercially. But, you know what? That's a tale for another day. Friends, thank you for letting me rant to my heart's content. I'm actually going to roll credits. I know it's quite early for us. I know, babies. You're next. You're next. Because those cutie patooties need some love and attention tonight. But you know what? Our good friend, the Space Cadet of Seattle, is bloodborning it up, and I think is heading towards the... where are they? I think they're in the DLC? I'm trying to see if I recognise where they are. Yeah, they're definitely DLCing it up. So, we do not have to stop with our FromSoft train, and I hope you will stick around for after the raid. You know what? I think the other thing being is doing the 10 hours of cool indie weird shit from yesterday has definitely left me knackered. Yeah, fucking Naiad. What a game. Expected cute mediocrity. Got, you know, some... What was it? Oh, what was the film noir Big Bang game? Very, very much like that. Okay. But no, seriously, friends, thank you all for letting me talk. Thank you all for being incredibly fucking generous today. Sure, we had, like, was it like a level 8, almost a level 9 train today? Fucking hell. It's a level 8. Fucking yo. I forget what our record is, but it's pretty impressive. Yeah, so tomorrow, friends, we are going to do our best to finish Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. We just need the golden duck. We just need the golden duck. Okay, so 13 is our current record. Okay. Thank you, Aeon. One of us remembers. Oh, and the thing that Nova wanted me to tell you was last year I almost went unwhammed. No, it was the year before. Last year I was unwhammed. But I almost made it through the entirety, and Nova sent me a TikTok on Christmas Eve. And I opened it on Reflex. And it was just far enough in that I couldn't get out via the Limp Bizkit bailout. I opened it. I did. I should have known better. should have known better, yet here we are. It's the gift that keeps on giving. Right, let me roll credits and say thank yous. And we're going into some Bloodborne, so please, 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 don't you go anywhere. But seriously, this has been exceptional conversation. You lot have been incredibly generous. And just echoing what I was saying earlier, it is an honor and a privilege to be your person in the chair, to be the focal point of these conversations, so, or the focusing crystal, so thank you. Now, to Shad VM, Oxy B, Lady Draws a Lot, Azure Just Road, Gon Nodal, Philip, Tama Boy, Collie Bearer Grand Take, Space Cadet Seattle, MDH Lyris Dragon, and Firestrager, all of you, thank you so much. Whether you were gifted a sub or whether you were celebrating the full spree or what have you. Now, Sean blew the fucking doors off today with a monstrous red beer. But alongside Ereman, Wolfcrad, Steppagen, Akira Zero, Fearless Sun, Vanderbeast, the Dice Goddess, Alnus, Andorf, Bacon Avenger, Lyris, Rebels Without Applause, The Mental Monk, Legend of Moraid, MDH, and Handlebar Orion, like, you know, bits and donations. That's why I'm still here. No matter how massive or no matter how tiny, like, it adds up in a month, and it's why I'm able to keep doing this, so thank you. To Caffeine, Nova, and Moose, we have the full trilogy of mods. Fuck yeah. And thank you again, Chorby, is bringing in, like, an early raid. That was rad as shit. Ah, legend, and thank you. I try and make sure when we're discussing this stuff that, you know, I acknowledge that a lot of what I know is shamanistic. And, you know, I have theories that I have theories and stuff I can prove. And also, Stooge, thank you. And right now, between TikTok, Blue Sky, and everything, there is a fuck ton of bad info out there. So, you know, check your sources. And remember, just because someone has a large following doesn't mean they know what they fucking talk about.
Quack.
Quack! No one here but our space ducks! Right. Let me get you on over there. So, again, friends, thank you for a wonderful day. That'll make sense in a minute. What have you done? Anyway. Yes, I'm passing you over to the Space Cadet of Seattle. They're currently doing the Shadows of Yharnam, so they're on their New Game Plus playthrough. I don't believe they've started doing the DLC yet. So you'll be weapons free for Bloodborne spoiler talk, but not for DLC spoiler talk. Alright? Oren, and now you'll come on in. Just about to pass you all over. Terrors, the lot of you. It's good, homie. It's good. It's genuinely deserving of all the nonsense. Treat yourself. Get started on it this Christmas. You've done enough. You've released many games this year. You have done so much. Nova was like, you're so close to mod murder. That's why they've marked him out. Alright. I love you all. Have an incredible rest of your night. I'll see you tomorrow for Plastic Ducks. Onward! My idle anim right there.